Gareth and Diane, do you want to make sure that you're on mute?
Okay. Yeah.
So this means that the panelists can now join.
Yes.
Not the panelists.
Stephen, can you hear me?
I can now.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Sorry, we're just waiting for the session to start.
Okay.
You've come on as a panelist, so you've got the power. Once the session starts, Anne's going to do a quick introduction. I'll stop sharing my screen, and then you can start your presentation, and you'll be the only one on screen that the attendees can see. Is that okay?
No, that's fine.
Yeah. So we're starting at 10 o'clock, and Anne will start the session. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
Oh, good. I can see him when he comes up.
Got 2 minutes, Anne.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Yeah, and you.
How many, will we be able to tell how many attendees we've got?
Yeah, I can see all this on my screen, but can you tell people that we're not using the raised hand? They can only do the question and answers. Don't raise your hand in the session, just ask the question in the Zoom tool. For anybody that's joining early, just to let you know that we're waiting for 10 o'clock to actually start. So I know there's a few people that have asked on question and answer what's happening. We're just literally waiting for 10 o'clock and then we'll start. So thanks for your patience.
Just as a tip for you, we have the same problem with when we're lectures. So we usually put on some background music. So when people log in, they know that they can hear and
Yeah,
it's all right, rather than just having a silent screen and they're going, oh, my computer working, I can't hear.
yeah, that's probably a good
Good
idea.
idea, actually.
Tip for next time, Stephen.
And you and Anna are in the same room as well. So you keep turning to each other when you're speaking
Yeah, I'll have to stop doing that. Thanks.
rather than the screen.
Okay, so it's 10 o'clock, so we're going to make a start, Anne.
Okay.
Right. So there's something on my screen that is saying,
So you can start, Anne. What?
I don't know what that.
That's just a reminder
Oh.
of today, so you
So
can
I
get
can
rid of
just
it. Yeah.
turn it
So
off. Yeah. Oh, it's gone.
your
It's
video's on, and you can start.
Well, welcome everybody. This is second Asian Hornet conference that BBK have actually hosted. If you remember the previous one, we were all able to meet at Milton School. So it was much easier to interact. Got a lot of people joining us at the moment. I think there were about 700, 750 that actually wanted to join yesterday. A few more may have come on since, but basically it's wonderful that so many people want to hear about the Asian hornet and so many people want to know the research that's going on about it, and that's the focus of today. A couple of points about the conference. We have put everybody on mute so that there's no bounce back of sound. It's going to be a lot clearer for you when you come in. We are running questions and answers after each talk, just for approximately 5 minutes. So there'll be very few questions that will be able to be asked then. And the way in which you ask a question is by going in through Q&A. Don't try and use the raised hand, just use the Q&A, please. And other questions we will come back to right at the end of the day when we've got a Q&A short session to round up the day with questions that are still waiting to be asked and probably a few comments from some of our presenters. So with that, I'm going to introduce the first speaker to you, and absolutely delighted to have Professor Stephen Martin from University of Salford with us. He has an immense experience with bees and wasps and termites and ants, and he's studied hornets all over the world. His areas of specialization are particularly hornet ecology and pest and diseases of honeybees and chemical ecology of ants. But probably quite a few of you will know of him through his work on Varroa as well. He's done some superb work with that, and we'll be hoping that he can present more of that as his research evolves. Prior to, sorry, I should say that he's actually holds a chair in social entomology at the School of Environmental and Sciences at Salford. He's been there 7 years, and prior to that, he was working with the National Bee Unit and also spent 7 years in Japan. So he's a huge amount of experience of working with those. And I'm sure you've all had a chance to look at his bio. And I think the best thing I can do now is let Stephen take over. And thank you, Stephen, if you'll take over the session and deliver your lecture on Asian hornet and research updates. Thank you very much.
Right, Anne, can I just confirm that you can see my first slide?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Asian Hornet Day. I'm going to introduce the Asian hornet. I will go through some of the basic biology. I will apologize to people who were, the few of us that were there last year, because I'll repeat some of this. but I think it's very important. You've got a lot of really excellent speakers coming after me, and they will really get into the nitty-gritty of what they're doing and some of the real detail. And as I know, the majority of the listeners, the audience, will be from a honeybee background. I am very astute to the idea that hornets and honeybees are actually quite different. And I know this from personal experience because I came the opposite way. I came from a situation where I'd studied hornets for 7 years, and then I came into the National Bee Unit to study bees. And I couldn't understand why they weren't the same. And they are actually they're fundamentally different. And you need to understand some of that basic information about their life cycle. And that'll help you to understand some of the talks that are coming up, why things happen at certain times of the year, and why it's critical at certain times of year to move quickly, and at other times you can actually move a little bit slowly. Right, so here we go. So a typical hornet life cycle, unlike honeybees, is currently they're in hibernation. I'll go through this again in a little bit more detail. So currently there's a single queen that's been mated in the autumn, and she's now hibernating. And in spring, she will emerge and then start to feed on nectar supplies or resin, tree resin. They'll feed on anything. They can basically any type of nutrition, and they will then start to build a nest. And the nest made out of paper. And over the next month, they will slowly enlarge the nest. They will forage for food. They will lay eggs. They will feed their larvae. They do everything to rear the first group of individuals. And this is a very slow process. And this often goes very unseen. It's very rare to actually see this happening. And eventually, after a couple of months, she'll produce a small group of offspring, of other workers. And then the queen basically retreats into a nest and starts just to lay eggs. And the workers do all the other jobs. So they go out and forage, they build the nest, and they will feed the larvae. And the nest starts to grow much quicker. But even in some of the nests can still be quite small because the numbers of workers are increasing. And then when we get into autumn and fall, the population of bees, the nests get really big, particularly in the Asian hornet. They can get very large. And then towards the autumn, they die usually with the first frosts when the insects start to be killed, and then the colony dwindles. But before it dwindles, it produces a batch of sexuals, quite a lot of queens, can be hundreds or even thousands, and a similar number of males. They go out, they mate, the males die, and then the females go over to go over winter. So it's a very different thing. It's an annual cycle and is repeated every single year. And so it's, as you can see, it's very, very different to bees. They don't store honey. They can't, they're carnivorous. They just live on meat. Although there is one species of wasp that actually stores honey called a honey wasp. So currently we're in the winter phase, or we're just starting to come out of it. And the queens will have entered this, they'll have mated in the spring, and they will have entered this resting hibernation stage. And the graph lower down is the weight. And you can see in November, just before they leave their colonies, they put on a huge amount of fat bodies. And this is food that was fed by their own workers. And they reach maximum weight. And then all during the winter time, they are using their fat stores. So effectively, that's their honey. It's an internal fat store. And by the time they come out in sort of February, March, late March now, they are really light. This is when they are at their most vulnerable. If they don't find food very quickly, they will basically perish. And this is why the current climate, or these big climate extremes where we get very warm days, and I've already seen last weekend there was queen bumblebees had emerged from hibernation and they were flying around. I didn't see any hornets. They usually come out a little bit later. They come out, they fly around, but there's no resources out for them yet. And so they actually die when it starts to get colder again. And this does cause problems, as you know, with your bees, and it also causes problems with the insects. And it all depends how well they're protected during the hibernation. So they'll hibernate in places which are dry and usually sort of cold. They're not in warm places. So I mean, it's not a good example, but underneath the roof of a beehive, I suspect many of them, you've opened them up and seen queen wasps there, in old tarpaulins. All caravans are outside, or all outbuildings, anywhere they can get into a nook and cranny. And what you'll find they'll do is that they fold their wings under the abdomen. They have this very characteristic hibernation position. And once they break that and their wings come out, they cannot re-enter hibernation. So soon, in about April time, in April time, they will emerge. And as I said, their first job is to get food. And once they've got some food, and that needs to be replenished, because they literally have no fat bodies now. So they need a constant supply of food, and as they say, tree resins or whatever nectar they can actually get. And then they start to build these really small nests. We call them embryo nests. These are normally in well-protected places. So cavities, internal cavities, bird boxes, holes in walls. In general, they nest above the ground. And these are extremely hard to find. I think many people will have seen social wasp, yellow jacket, these tiny nests, either inactive or maybe even with a wasp in their sheds, just hanging off in the shed. They're about the size of a golf ball. And you can see there, she's got a few cells, half a dozen. She'll lay the eggs in there. She's very open to predators, things like ants. And she puts an ant repellent on the top of the nest to prevent any ants getting at the developing brood when she's actually away from the nest foraging. And that's this small embryo nest. And then as this embryo nest starts to develop, it gets slightly larger to almost a sort of tennis ball size. There'll be maybe 10 to 20 individual seal brood or all of eggs, larvae and seal brood within the colony, all different stages. And then the workers will start to hatch. They don't have this strange tube. This is just a picture from another species of a hornet, Vesperinalis, and it makes these strange tubes on its embryo nest, and we don't really know why they do it. It's one of the few species that does it. And then the queen's ovary really starts to develop now. The first workers have emerged, and they start take over the duties of building the nest. And then when the nest gets to a sort of a fairly reasonable size, a small football, a little bit smaller than that, then, or a big softball, what they do then, they have this really clever trick, and there's only two or three species of hornets do this. They can relocate the nest. Not every nest relocates, but the vast majority do. So the embryo nest is made in sort of cavities or small enclosed spaces. It grows up, and now you're looking at, it's probably going to be 100+ workers in the colony. It's quite vibrant. They're really starting to get active. And the nest is growing, and it's soon going to expand beyond the cavity that it's in currently. So they need to be able to expand their nest huge. And this is the time that they move. So it's a nest relocation. And what they do, this process, is that the scouts go off and find a suitable location. Often they'll build several small nests to start with and then choose one. And these often could be, high up in trees where people have been out looking for hornet nests. They're very familiar with them. So they're at the top of the tree. So they go up there, they make the nest, and then they run two nests for a period. So they have the old embryo nest, and they have a new nest. And at some point, when the new nest gets built, it's fully enclosed with envelope, it has combs in there, they're gonna need the queen to start laying eggs, and then she will move up into the new nest. She can still fly. And then once she moves into this new nest, she really will start to just lay all the eggs. She's been doing this up to now, but she's still able to fly. And then some workers will continue to hatch out the brood that's in the embryo nest till eventually that dwindles. And then everything's up in the main nest. And that can take nearly a month for this move across to happen. And once you've got to this stage, the nests, unfettered by space, they will really start to expand in size. They don't always move. So you'll find that sometimes nests either stay in wall cavities if they're able to expand down, and this is a nest, a Vespa simula on the left-hand side. This is a sister species, but it has almost the same nesting habits. You can see these are very thin combs that are very long and very numerous as it's gone down in this roof, this wall space. You can see the original embryo nest at the top of the nest, where it's much paler in color, the actual envelope. And then this is a Velutina nest, an Asian hornet nest on the right, which has been in a wall cavity. And what happens when they sort of increase in size, they still will build the envelope to keep the nest warm on the outside of the structure. And this is often how we can find precisely where the nest is, because often it may not be where the entrance is. And they'll often put pieces of carton on the outside. So when everybody's looking up the trees, it's always useful to have people looking elsewhere, because they do nest in other places. Generally, they nest in really exposed places. This gives them a clear line of sight, very quick access to and from the nest to bring the foods in and to really grow in size. And here's a couple of examples. Sort of people know this typical example of them being extremely high up in trees, which is their sort of classic nesting location. But also then you give them the opportunities. Here's some nests on, or they do, on cliff sides, where you've got them at very difficult nests to locate from the mainland. In fact, I would say probably almost impossible. So you've always got to consider that, you know, they can nest in a very wide range of places. And then during July, August, and September, they undergo a rapid expansion. And this is the key time. This is a time that nearly all you could predict, and it's turned out to be true, that nearly all nests would be located, say in the UK or elsewhere. The majority of nests, this is where they become very obvious. They become very large. There is a massively increased flow in the number of workers going in and out, and that means they need even more food. And large nests can get to these sort of enormous sizes. And what you're looking at there is the circular combs. So the combs are not horizontal, as in the honeybee, but they're vertical. No, sorry, I've got the wrong way around. Vertical, like in honeybees, they're horizontal in hornets. And the white sections you can see are the seal brood. They're the capped seal brood of the pupae. And you know, these nests go from literally containing 1 or 2 cells, you know, up to sort of 7,000 to 8,000 cells, so to very, very large numbers, and they grow very quickly, and they tend to grow in these concentric circles. What's interesting is in places like Europe, where they become pests. I've got a picture here. These mature nests can have their seasons prolonged artificially. So as I was mentioning before, colonies usually die with the first frosts when their insect resources disappear. And that's usually, you know, sort of depending on the year, October, September, late September. But they can live inside the nests, which are sort of insulated and where they congregate at night for much longer periods of time, if there's sufficient food present. They don't freeze, they tend to starve to death, and because the nests are quite well protected. And so if they've got access to honeybees, which may still be active, or they can plunder, then their nests can be prolonged and you can get a very large nest. And this is, the picture on the right is from a Tsutsujima. It's a small island off Japan, between Korea and Japan. This is the Asian hornet. It's the very same Asian hornet we have in Europe. It's spread both to Korea, then across to Japan, and then across to Europe. At the same time, there was 2 independent invasion events. And this is a nest, and that nest is over, well, it's over 2 meters tall. And that is a single season. That's grown from 1 cell up to this enormous size. And potentially because, again, on the island, they are predated honeybees, and that prolongs the time and the size these colonies can come. And that's not natural in many ways, because they don't naturally predate honeybees. Well, they do, but not to the same extent. One thing that's caused a lot of problems with the Asian hornets is that some species, the bottom one is Vesperinalis, have got clear dimorphism between the sexuals and the workers. So you can see on the lower one, the queen is on the left-hand side. The queen is often, at the end of the season, is bald. It's lost its wings, it's lost all its hairs, it's quite shiny, very easy to detect in the nest, the founder queen, because it's been there a long time. While a new gyne would effectively have would still have wings and lots of hairs. And the other big difference is that the new gynns always have fat bodies. So if you open up the abdomen, you'll find fat bodies only in queens and not in large workers. But then some species it's easy because the workers are all small, and then you get bigger cells made for the queens and the males. But in, you can see in the top here, in the Asian hornet, the right-hand one is the male, slightly longer antennae. The middle one is a large worker, and the left-hand one is a queen, and they're all the same size. The cell sizes that they're born in, they just get larger over time. And that has caused problems trying to estimate them. It's not as easy as in some species, but the best measure is to take all the large individuals and just pull their abdomens apart. And those that got this full of white, fluffy, fat bodies, they're the new gynns, because it's very important that you know if there's any sexual production has taken place, especially if we're trying to eradicate the nests. Okay, so I think people will speak a lot more about the local situation. So what I want to do now is just bring people a little bit up to date with what's going on elsewhere in the world, as well as in UK, and some of the things that's happened in the last year that's ongoing that you may not hear about in the talk. You may get better information by some of the other speakers. So in Korea, it arrived in 2003, so about the same time as in France, and it's spread very well there, right throughout now South Korea. And it's interesting because in South Korea, they've already got lots of hornet species. So this is a new hornet species. And there's a study just come out showing that there's around about 100,000 social wasp nests. So these are all hornets are removed each year. And actually now, Vespa velutina, the Asian hornet, is the most common nest taken. And this is its habit of actually living in urban environments. There's around about 15,000 injuries from social wasps, usually stings, and about 10 deaths in the last year. And again, these are in urban areas, particularly because this is where people come into contact with them. And as we know, Vespa velutina favors urban areas. And the graph at the bottom is quite interesting. So these are all the species that they have in Korea. So Vespa mandrinia is the very large one. Dybowski is a highly aggressive small hornet, but it's a parasitic hornet. It's like a cuckoo. And for my money, that's the most aggressive. But then you've got Vespa analysis, and then Crabro, which is our native hornet, then Vespa velutina, and then Vespa simila. And Vespa simila is a yellow hornet, which is its sister species. And these experiments show that when you get aggression at food, if somebody finds a food source and another hornet's already there, like you get in animals, the bigger one tends to win. And so even though Vespa velutina is what we would consider an aggressive hornet, it will give way to all other species of hornets. This is in Korea, which are all bigger, and this partly explains one reason it's moved into urban environments. This is some work done in Korea. So Vespa simila, it tends to live in the forest, and Vespa velutina has moved into an urban environment because there's less competition there, and this nicely explains that. So that's maybe one reason it's found in urban environments, particularly in Korea. and that may not translate over because there isn't other species of hornet in Europe to really compete with. As I say, here we are in Korea, and it's spread through Korea, but also it's been able to get across to Tsushima. This is a Japanese island halfway between, and now it's moved into Japan. And there's concern in Japan about what's happening to this. And there's been some work on Tsushima, which has basically found reproductive interference. Now, this is something we don't have to worry about. I don't think we'll have to worry about it in the UK because we have Vespercroba, and I think it's unlikely this is to happen. But this is another problem about moving pests. We know this happens with bumblebees, but basically about 40% of the native, these are the yellow hornets, the Vespa simula, have contain sperm from Vespa velutinum males. And these usually they'll produce non-viable offspring. So these 40% of the actual queens will hibernate with sperm that doesn't belong to them, and then they just can't start a nest. And that'll be the end of it. So this is going to really take out the competition, not directly, but indirectly. But it wasn't any other way around. So there's no sperm found in similar males that were found in velutina queens. So this is not going the other way. This is just a one-way thing. And this is a sort of another strategy by pest species to get rid of other species competition effectively. I won't talk much about the UK because we've got several really excellent talks coming talking about Europe. It's continuing its spread, particularly down in throughout Portugal and into Spain. As far as I'm aware, we've only had one nest in the UK, so it's been a fairly quiet year. What happens with wasps? Their cycles, they're probably not into natural cycles yet, but you get years where it's good and you have a lot of wasp years, and then you've got another years where actually they don't do that well and don't produce that many queens. We would expect a lot more, the chances of things coming across is when they have a really particularly good year. And that's possibly what happened in China, where they had a wasp year, and that's when we ended up getting 2 incursions. So you'll hear a lot more about the spread of them. But some interesting work that's come out of, I think, France. Just another impact of it, the Asian hornets can affect pollination of wild plants. And the reason they're doing that is when they're hunting, they literally changing the abundance and behavior of pollinators visiting flowers. And they looked at the number of pollen grains and found that when there was the Vespa velutina was in the area, it was actually went down. You had very much fewer pollen grains, and when in areas where it was actually absent. And this is because they're constantly chasing and removing the pollinators, which is one of their main preys. So they're having quite a wide impact, especially at high densities. As far as I'm aware, there's no new parasites that have come on the market, and not much has changed. And it's very difficult. These are their natural predators, but they don't kill colonies. Very rare. They tend to be highly specialized, and they come out very late in the wasp season, so they just cream off the dying hornets. One new thing, Moku virus. So there's a new virus on the scene. This was described a few years ago by Laura and one of Declan's students, Gideon. It's another RNA virus, and this one's mainly found in yellow jackets and hornets. And there's been some work done recently in Europe and Mocha virus has been detected in Asian hornets from Jersey, France, Belgium. And then I said, but not from France. There was 2 studies from France. It was in one study and not from the other. And it's not been found in China yet. It turns out it's really common in European yellow jackets. And as we'll see, that's probably a potential source of it. It has turned up in honeybees as well. This virus is moving around, but as far as we're aware, it has no impact. It's just another Hymenopteran virus that was found. These are accidentally found when we're looking for honeybee viruses, actually. We tracked it back to its source that we were hornet, yellow jackets, and then obviously hornets are going to pick it up from bees or yellow jackets. As usual, our biggest concerns is that they're very good at preying on honeybees, and there's been a new study by Roma's group just published in 2021, and they found basically that honeybees, just 38% of the food is honeybees. That's not quite a half, but it's a lot. They found about 159 species they could identify, mainly social wasps and flies, and then honeybees. So they're real generalists, and we sort of already knew this, but it was nice to see them, how wide a range the species. They always go for whatever's easiest. They need about 11 kilograms, they've calculated, of insects per nest. And that's a lot if you think about, if you just like the 11 kilograms of honeybees. And Roma was originally did the study, which really brought people's attention to the amounts of honeybees, and it actually stayed pretty much the same. And also he found that they all will tend to go to more honeybees, in cities, and I've got that the wrong way around, I'm sorry. So in artificial surfaces, you tend to get more, and that's just because, again, they're going for whatever's easiest. And they are real specialists at this. The bees have got the natural Apis cerana bees are really good at defending from this by doing waves, but our bees really haven't yet adapted. I'm sure they will, but it'll take some time. I just want to finish with some updates on the giant hornet, aka now the murder hornet that the American press has dubbed it with. So this is arrived 3 years ago now in Vancouver. There's 2 independent, I'm not sure their arrival, there's definitely 2 matrolines in this area. So there's probably 2 different queens arrived. It's clustered around Vancouver and in North America, around this Bellingham area. It's over a very large area. It's very highly suitable for the hornets, full of Atlantic rainforest. Sparked a big eradication, but I suspect it's already established in the forests. And they've been doing quite a bit of modeling work and found that there's good areas. We know from modeling work that was done on the Asian hornet, these are often not that reliable. But anyway, they can see that it's not going to spread inland, but it'll spread down the coast, and that makes sense because that's where all the rich forests are. This is obviously a huge hornet, and can cause real problems because these are the species that can do the mass attacks. These are the ones that basically they'll kill the adult honeybees. They're not interested in the bees at all. All they're interested in is in the brood. They've developed a mass attack, really, where Asian hornets haven't. It's the only species that can do this, where they have a recruitment. And then eventually they'll get into the colonies and they'll steal the brood. That's what they need. They want the brood and the honey. There has been, these are giant hornet attacks of a strong colony in the United States that somebody had reported after the fact. But people went, and yeah, all the heads are missing, so this is probably a hornet attack. And some really interesting work. So this is done on Vespa which is another type of Mandarinia. It's its sister species. And what they do, they attack Apis mellifera colonies, which are kept, this study I think has been done in Vietnam. And so what the beekeepers have done, have made really narrow entrances to prevent them actually getting in, and then the bees can hide there. But what they do is they just chew the entrance away till eventually they make it big enough so they can get in. And what they've actually found is that their bees, the honeybees, are developing, and this is Apis cerana. They've been putting dung all over the entrance to make it distasteful. And this really doesn't, the hornets don't like this. So they don't basically start to chew into the colonies, and they just leave them alone. And so there's just these little Apis cerana bees bringing in and coating it by dung, which is a sort of a unique technology, unique behavior that's done. So bees are incredibly clever, and they will pick up things that work. And this is just one, anti-predatory device. They also have this very famous heating bowling against the giant hornet, but these are the Apis cerana bees that have evolved with them. And it will take some time for our bees to evolve with the Apis mellifera will need to learn to evolve with the hornets, but at the moment it needs all the help because it's pretty helpless. And one thing that I'll just leave you with, this little bit of a chilling note. I picked this up. So this is a suitability for the giant hornet. And as we know that it's now the purple areas are the most suitable. This is based on the places that live in Japan here. So you can see over here in Japan, it's got this sort of dark purpley area, and in Korea and parts of China. And so, yeah, it looks like it's quite good there, where it's turned up into Vancouver Island with all the forests there. On the east coast of America, I suspect, or the forests again. But then if we look into Europe and Great Britain, again, it looks like a really good giant hornet habitat. So if it ever was to get over to this country, I suspect it would do quite well based on this particular model. And on that cheery note, or that warning, I'll stop there and I'll take any questions. And thank you very much for listening again.
Thank you, Steve, very much. We do have quite a few questions. What are the nutrients the queen takes from tree resin? Is it for protein or an energy source?
Carbohydrates. Yeah, it's mainly carbohydrates.
What is the ambient temperature inside and outside the nest, please?
It's the same as the honeybees. So basically, the ambient temperature on the outside of the nest is, well, whatever the ambient temperature is. Inside, it's about 32 degrees. It starts off, obviously, they can't maintain that warm nest internal temperature when it's very small. But when they can get a sufficient number of workers, they increase the temperature at night. And for fuel, they vibrate their flight muscles. They're able to detach their wings and vibrate their flight muscles. And they get energy actually off the larva. So the larvae secrete a solution, That's rich in carbohydrates, and that gives them the power to vibrate their muscles. That heats the nest up, and then of course the nest is full of water, which is what the larvae mainly are, and pupae. And once they've got it heated up to about 32 degrees, they can maintain that even when the temperature outside drops to sort of below zero. They can still keep this, where mature nests can.
Do UK species of ants pose a threat to the embryo nest?
If they can find it, but not really. And the reason being is that there's a very strong ant repellent put onto the petiole, a narrow bit of the nest. So even if the ants could find it, they have to first of all negotiate the entrance, and that's a very tight upside down turn. The small ants can do that, but then they can't get onto the actual main where the cells and the brood are, simply because there's an ant repellent, so they can't lay a trail to recruit other ants. So yeah, no, it doesn't happen in the tropics very much, and so it's not going to happen in England.
Is humidity a factor in the activity of the queens post-emergence of hibernation?
Humidity, like in honeybee colonies, is it's very stable within the nest. And they have a very small hole. It's incredibly well insulated when the queens emerge, the new queens. And when it comes out from hibernation and she's just starting the nest, she's got a sort of a fat layer, like all insects do on the outside, a waterproof layer, and that keeps, all the fluids, reduces water loss. It's not a problem.
Alistair says there's a debate about the northern limit of Asian hornet. He's aware of what's going on in Hamburg, but wondered if you had any further comment on this.
I suspect it's very far north. And the reason being is that when we were last in China, we saw this species up at 8,000 feet up in the Yellow Mountains. And that gets very cold at night. And they were doing very well living off dustbins because it's a big tourist area. But it's the amount of food. As long as there's sufficient food, they'll be able to survive. It's where there's not enough, there's not 11 kilos of insects that they can locate, then they're going to struggle. And there is all hornets have a limit, a northern limit. But that's increasing. So Vespa crabro is increasing northwards now. It used to be just in like the New Forest, and now it's found up in Yorkshire. So as we get climate change, things are moving up the country.
During the embryo building stage, when the queen is the sole occupant, will she defend the nest by herself, and does she have the ability to sting?
She does, but she's very placid at that time. It's very safe, if you ever saw one, to bag it up. They're not aggressive because it's a big risk. If she dies at that stage, the whole colony dies. So actually, she's not very aggressive at all. Oh, obviously, unless you handle her, but. They defend the nests against other queens, because if a queen loses a nest for whatever reason, rather than build a new nest, they will go and what's known as try and usurp another nest. And so there's often queen fighting, and this can regulate queen numbers. And the importance of this wasn't really realised till so some time ago, I suppose now, but where they paid a bounty for queens in New Zealand, for yellow jacket queens, and all these kids go out and they got really, really good at finding hibernating queens, and they got $1 or whatever it was for each queen, and they made a good bit of pocket money. And then everybody thought, well, they've killed whatever tens of thousands of queens, and they had the best wasp year ever. So, I mean, the populations went really well. And it's probably because they'd reduced the level of usurpation early in the season. This goes unseen. But towards people, they're, even when the nests are very small, they're very unaggressive. The first few workers that come out are not defensive at all. It's only when the colonies get very large that they become defensive.
Thank you. How likely is it this hornet is going to become established across the UK, and can you predict the likely effect on UK insect biodiversity?
It's very likely, and I have to commend the DEFRA and the bee unit for eradicating it successfully for every successive year. It's just a matter of time. There's a constant threat, and when it arrives and it produces sexuals, and then sexuals spread and hibernate and start new nests, then we've lost control of it. Yeah, it will have a big effect. You know, if every nest is taking out 11 kilos of insects, and if you go to places like France, the densities in some areas are incredibly high. And that includes, you know, that's helped by honeybees as well, which are, as I said, they'll go for the easiest food source. And in Asia, the Asian honeybee is not an easy food source. It's actually a very difficult food source to catch. And so there's only, doesn't make a huge amount of its food. But in Europe, our bees are just not capable of dealing with it. So it is an easy food source, so it gets picked on a lot. But yeah, it'll have a very, you know, it's another invasive pest. It'll have an effect. It'll be minor compared to with climate change and pesticide use and, you know, land usage and house building, etc., deforestation. But yeah, it's just another stressor to add.
I'm going to combine two questions. Where do the hornets mate, and how do they maintain genetic variation when mating?
That's, yeah, very good question. So the males are produced before the queens. Mating occurs outside the nest, and we just don't know. It's likely to be above the forest canopy. It's very rare that anybody's ever observed it. We know that the queens don't come back. They get their fat bodies, they leave, and then they mate, and then they hibernate. So we suspect they'll fly. A lot of these species of wasps have individual chemical scents from their nests. So the males will be able to differentiate queens from their nest as opposed to away from queens from other nests. And also there's usually a bit of an asynchrony where some nests are male producers and are produced mainly males. Others are queen producers, some produce both, but they're all slightly out of sync, you know, by a few days, and that avoids them getting, you know, having both their own males and queens in the mating arena.
The distance between the primary and secondary nest, please.
So that's usually fairly close. You know, you're talking with 50 meters, 100 meters tops. It depends if you're measuring in vertical height. They will go a long way up, but they don't go far. You won't find them flying, you know, 500 meters from a primary to secondary. It all depends on a suitable nesting site. Sure, if there's a barn in the middle of a field and there's wood on the edge of the field, which is some distance away, then maybe they will go far. But as long as there's a suitable nesting site available, then it's usually as close as possible to the nest.
Thank you. Do you have any thoughts on why 2020 was so quiet in the UK and relatively quiet in Jersey?
Probably because it was relatively quiet in France. I'm not sure on that. I'm sure people will be able to tell you. It may have not been a particularly good year for them, and the nests didn't produce a vast number of sexuals. It could have been the COVID. There's been very little traffic moving across continental traffic. This entire last year and this year. So in that case, you can probably predict it's going to be low, because a lot of these are brought in by people moving. You know, they've got caravans in France that they bring across. So I suspect it's all part of it to do with COVID, and it could be people in France to be able to tell us of how much. Whether it was a good or a bad year for the number of sexuals they've produced. But also, I mean, it's the amount of traffic that comes across the channel, because that just increases the number of, you know, motorhomes that have been there all summer and in the autumn time, and then they bring across the hibernating queens. So possibles, but we don't know.
Do the drones die after mating?
Yeah. So they don't go back to the nest. They don't survive. They mate, and they'll try and they'll survive as long as they can. But yeah, they'll die with costs.
And how far do they travel for food?
Well, as far as needed. As I say, you've got to think of hornets as being quite lazy. So if there's food nearby, they'll take that. If there's nothing, they will go further. They don't tend to recruit like honeybees. So they just basically will scout around to find whatever they have, and then they'll return to it. If you say they find a field of cabbages with lots of caterpillars in it, then they'll start taking that. This is again, you find the honeybees, it's like finding an open supermarket, and then they can come back to that quite easily. So once they find them, they'll tend to come back until the food source is depleted, but they will travel quite long distances if there's no food locally.
Should we rename the Asian hornet the yellow-legged hornet to aid identification in the public?
I would have preferred it to be the yellow-legged hornet, and also it's getting confusing now because we've got a giant Asian hornet in America, and then we've got Asian hornet, and then of course they don't call it an Asian hornet when you're working in Korea and France, but the yellow-legged hornet is actually really descriptive because it's one of the few hornets that has these very distinctive yellow legs as opposed to other species. So yeah, that's much my preferred name.
There's a question that's quite long actually, about it being the apex predator. So is it therefore affected if there's a lack of lower species, if there's overpredation in the previous season?
Sure, yeah. So basically, if you got rid of all the food, there was no prey, then they would die. And we see this quite nicely in the areas where there is constant prey, then they can get through an entire winter as long as it's not cold enough, as long as there's enough food for them to keep going. And where wasps, particularly wasps, have moved to places like Hawaii, and they can go through 2 years, and their nests get to these enormous several meters and dozens of queen size. That doesn't happen with hornets, but it does with social wasps. But yeah, so it's basically there's not enough food, but there's plenty of food, even though we've reduced the amount of insects. they're incredibly efficient at finding them. And, you know, they'll even go around robbing spiders, so spider webs in the morning, because they are effectively warm-blooded insects, where everything else is cold-blooded. They tend to hunt early in the mornings and late in the evenings when everything else is torpid, can't move. And so they can take quite big prey, and they're not afraid of basically taking out prey from spiders' nests. But they'll take whatever they can. But yeah, they're an apex predator.
I'm going to combine two questions again. There is likely to be a small genetic pool at the start of any incursion into this country. Will this affect its viability in the longer term? And what is the likely effect of just one nest producing queens and males?
Okay, yeah, so pretty much if it's a good year, then yeah, they will produce both queens and males, typically. It's only if the nest gets damaged early on in the year, there's problems, it may be diseased, it suffered you know, part of the nest broke away or something, or they lost a lot of workers through poisoning or something, that they'll just then, there won't be enough time to produce males, or produce queens, because they're produced afterwards. We found that you get a sort of a double whammy, we suspect, that's happening in Europe, because they've got access to honeybees, which can prolong the season. That means they can produce more queens than what they would normally do. The genetic pool, this is interesting. Most pest species seem to be able to get round this. Now, one of the traits that seems to be the case with all invasive species, at least of wasps and hornets, are they're multiple mated species. So they usually mate sort of 2 to 3 times. Well, generally hornets mate only once. So the multiple mated species, of which Vespa volutina is a multiple mated. So that starts, they're already brought into the country genetic material, because they'll be mated by several individuals. We know also that they're able to suffer very high loads of diploid drones, diploid drones, and then you get so we know on island populations that they've actually huge, sort of 40, 50, 60% of the drones are diploid, and hence they can't mate. But they just seem to tolerate this. And the other thing is that honeybees and most social insects, and I suspect hornets, that I don't think it's been shown, they can do this thing called recombination. So they can shuffle their genes, where normally you'd need mating, but actually they can do this sort of internally. And this can get rid of, sort of negate this inbreeding issue that we've got. And it looks like the colonies are, you know, now in France, and they probably came from just 1, possibly 2 queens, and as in the ones in Korea, are done very, very well. And their nests are no smaller or no less viable than the ones. So there are genetic mechanisms for getting around these systems. And it's usually why pest species tend to have these. This is why they become pest species.
Thank you. And one last question. What's your preferred method of interrupting the life cycle or establishment of Asian hornet in Britain?
Well, the best way to interrupt its life cycle is to collect its nest. There is no point in trying to kill the queens or collect queens, because that's the most vulnerable stage. So the vast majority of them will die. I mean, it's been calculated in social wasps that something like 99.99% of all queens die before they establish a nest, because they produce 1,000 queens, and only one of them has to survive. So that point of the life cycle is natural selection is going to do its job. Once the nests are past that dangerous period and the nests get established and they're sort of relocated, or just prior to relocation, and they're visible, then and before they produce sexuals, this is the time to try and remove them. But there's some very frightening information, I think, it's come out of France, in the fact that if you remove 95% of all nests, so that's highly successful, like nest removal, you reduce the overall hornet population by 50%. So that's their ability to bounce back the next year. So you need an almost 100% eradication scheme, which is just impossible to do. Just ask any of the seasonal bee inspectors or anybody who's been out on a hornet hunt, how long it takes, even with modern technology, to find one nest. Or talk to Bob down in Jersey. They've tried to get rid of every single nest as best they can every year. That's a really small island. Coming back, there's always some that they've missed, or there's still, there's other individuals coming in. The one bit of good news that a Japanese friend worked out, is that there's only been one incursion into Europe. So, and the incursion into Korea and Japan, that's a separate incursion. So it's literally everything we now experience is from that one incursion that came in the Bordeaux area, and it's become incredibly well established.
Right, thank you very much, Steve. That's absolutely excellent. We're going to take a break now, everyone, and we'll be back with the next lecture starting at 11:15. I don't think it's shared, Julie. Thanks, everyone. You've got time for a cup of tea now if you're very quick. So we'll be starting again at 15:15.
You're fine. So you're on.
Well, welcome back, everyone. It's good to see you again after that superb lecture from.
Anne, you need to unmute yourself. Oh
Well, no, I don't.
No, you don't. No, you're fine. Yeah. Sorry.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Little bit of a technical hitches. We're learning as we go. So our next lecture then is being given by Andrew Durham. Andrew is a Cambridgeshire beekeeper, and he spent 6 years researching hornets. He came into beekeeping in 2014 as a hobby beekeeper, and he's been looking very much at the threat of the Asian hornet during his extensive travels in France. And he'll be drawing from that experience to tell us what he's discovered there, what he's found out from talking to the French beekeepers, and also what he's read from the research and things that have gone on. And we're finding more and more about these creatures. He's going to be calling on his analytical career as a senior officer in the Royal Air Force, and as well in senior management in the clerical and medical sector. But I think that Andrew is quite able to speak for himself. And so welcome, Andrew, to actually tell us more about the French experience and protecting your bees, if you can manage to squeeze that in as well. I know he's got a lot to get into his lecture, so I'll hand over to Andrew.
He's just coming on, so just bear with a second.
Oh, well, I think he's just about.
Yeah, there we are.
Yes.
Right, have you got me now?
Yes.
You're on.
In that case, well, good morning, everybody. I'll just share my screen with you if I can just locate the correct one. Hopefully you're now looking at a copyright notice, and hopefully Julie's now turned off the recording, because many of the images in this presentation are subject to copyright and conditions of usage. So it would be embarrassing if...
Interesting background, having the history behind you as well. But I know that he's done a lot of work with pollination projects, both in UK and California. But now his area of expertise rests with the bee unit. And he's gradually progressed through the National Bee Unit to become Regional Bee Inspector for the Southern region. And he's now the, I think this is right, Contingency Planning and Science Officer for the NBU, with responsibility for developing contingency plans for exotic pests, which is why he's coming in now to talk to us. So very welcome, Nigel. It's good to see you here. And I'm going to hand over to you so that you can actually deliver your lecture. Just as a reminder to people who may have questions and answers, could you remember, please, don't use the raise the hand icon, but come through the question and answer. Otherwise, we may not see your questions. But thank you, Nigel. I'll leave the lecturing to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to just try and get my screen up as I speak. Thank you, Anne, for that lovely introduction. And firstly, can I say thank you to Stephen and Andrew for the wonderful presentation so far. They have set the scene nicely. There will be some overlap in my talk, and I don't apologise for that. So better for some repetition, I think. Can you see my screen, Anne?
Yes.
With yellow-legged?
Yes, we can, Nigel. You're running fine.
Is it the full screen?
No, you need to put it onto the presentation.
Or slideshow.
Yeah, the slideshow.
Yeah, it's presenting on the wrong screen. Bear with me. I will go to a brutal mode for this. Too many screens in my life. So in this, I'm going to cover the UK contingency response and Asian hornet teams. Mainly, and I'm going to focus on the sightings and nests seen so far in the UK, how the role of Asian hornet teams has changed and how that will progress going forward. Are you now seeing it?
Yes.
Yes, we
Oh,
are.
wow.
Fine.
That's always a relief. Well, is going forward, and I'll try to myth bust a bit as I go along, because I often hear what our response is, and it often bears no reality to what the actual situation is. So to start off, we're going to talk about the yellow-legged Asian hornet. As you've already heard, there's some issues with naming on this. This is the name that has recently been used in some of the papers from the MBU. I hope it aids a bit of clarity, but it is a tricky area, as was said earlier by Stephen, because of the number of different Asian hornets. I seem to have difficulty moving my slides forward at the moment. Okay, you've had the background. It's native to Asia, and it came into France around about just before 2004, and has spread, as was nicely said in the previous lecture, into adjacent countries at a rate of 80 kilometers per year. But that was what was brilliantly highlighted, was the fact that there are these hops, this hitchhiking that occurs. Whether or not it is then eliminated or doesn't establish is a lot of debate. But you do get these huge densities down in southwest France, up to 10 nests per km squared. In lectures coming on, and I believe a lecture video you're going to see at lunchtime from Eric, it will show what you actually see in front of nests in France. I often get the question of how will we know when we've got Asian hornet in our vicinity? You know, one could just fly in and take off a honeybee and we'll never see it. Actually, when you get an established population like in southwest France, they are very visible in front of beehives, and you get, as you can see on this picture cut from that video, you know, over 3 to 5 to 10 hornets hawking in front of beehives all the time, continuously. When one catches a prey, it goes off and another one follows in. In the UK, a lot of DEFRA's job has been about awareness with this. It's often confusing, I think, for beekeepers and the public, because DEFRA has many arms and they all are interrelated. But the important bit to bear in mind is that the Animal and Plant Health Agency, of which the MBU is part, works for DEFRA directly. DEFRA does the newspaper, if you like, the news, contact with the newspapers, and has an Asian hornet rolling news page to that end. They also do a lot of work in the background for newspaper corrections when the wrong photo turns up, as has often been the case, as many of you sent me. They are passed on to DEFRA and they contact the newspaper and try and get them to correct the photos. All this awareness builds up, and you will see the impact of that as I go through this talk. Within APHA, there are other agencies that were involved with this, and the Non-Native Species Secretariat coordinates government bodies and non-government organisations, which include the plant inspectors, was part of the MBU, the wildlife officers, Natural England, Forestry Commission, so they are all aware of Asian hornet. The wildlife officers I'll mention later on in this talk, because they also do our destructions of the nests for us. The Non-Native Species Secretary, which is quite small, but has a big impact passing on this information. Also to the Wildlife Trust, RSPB, Royal Yachting Association. I won't list it all, but you can see on there they do a lot of work. They're also responsible for work with pest controllers, and I've worked closely with them, and we've produced an awareness leaflet, which is on BBase if you wish to see it. And I have given talks at Pest Tech in 2019, and I have given my talk, which is by video, for Pest Extra this year. There's also Bee Wars, the Bee Wasp and Ant Recording Society, with now over 10,000 members who are very aware of Asian hornet, and they all look for insects. Entomology is their interest, and they report directly in to CEH, which I will discuss later on. The MBU, with its 50 bee inspectors and its 8 RBIs, so just under 60 bee inspectors out there in the field, we deal with beekeeper information, and that's available on the Asian Hornet website. We put alerts on there via an RSS feed that I think most associations already drive into, so they can get news when Asian hornet or some other pest turns up. The Asian hornet pages are full of information on there, but most importantly, as shown at the bottom of this, the ID guide and poster, and the front side of that shows how to identify Asian hornets, and the back side, the confusion species, and that's very important. We also have how to make monitoring traps, fact sheet and a video up there. That will be being changed shortly as our information on monitoring traps has improved, and they can be made far simpler nowadays. We do many articles and papers, and they're all listed on there, but there's a new paper, very importantly, last year about how we've managed the incursion so far, and a lot of the information about the nest analysis and genetics that I'm going to mention in a little while is from that paper, so by all means look that up. How to report sightings is on there. We've also got 2 wonderful videos by Dr. Kirsty Stainton done last year on biology and nest analysis, and they can be downloaded by yourselves and used, available on YouTube in association for training and the like. The bee inspectors also run association forums, bee health days and talks, admittedly somewhat slowed down by COVID, but we are now developing and working with associations and doing Zoom talks, and we'll be moving that forward as we go along, increasing the number of talks we do that way. I think a resource that is often ignored, shall we say, by beekeepers is the IRBI winter newsletters that are distributed from them. They're available on BeeBase and they're sent around association secretaries. They contain information on Asian hornet. Bear in mind, the inspectors are often involved on the ground, so they often write very detailed reports on the Asian hornet outbreaks that have been in their areas or when they've been involved in other areas. So they are worth a look at on BeeBase as well. And we have just added, and I'll show a quick screenshot of it later on in this talk, a breakdown of all the sightings and nests with far more information than been available before. But this has come, if you like, as a consequence of the paper being written by Ferrer, and thus we've been in a position to publicise a lot of that information now it's out there. The posters at the bottom you're aware of, I hope, but they're available for free from BeeBase. You can just download them, or you can get copies sent to you from the office, or in fact from the BBK office of stockers as well. The Asian Hornet BeeBase page you'll all be familiar with, I'm sure. The 2 presentations are highlighted in red in the middle. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but where my cursor is, and they will help you and can be used by the associations. There's also in green at the top left the role of Asian Hornet teams. That's all been on there for many years now, and that is where the Asian Hornet team format is taken from. Please take a look at that, but I will go into detail on that as I go through this, and hopefully it will become clearer if you're not already clear on it. The historic UK Asian Hornet incursions is below that in red. That's now available on there, and that shows you the nest analysis and details of the sightings, and then all the ID sheets down the bottom. Asian Hornet nests often get asked what they look at, like in their various different stages, and you've had a very good feel of that from Stephen's talk this morning. But these are from Jersey, John de Carteret, who many of you have heard speak before. Photos, and many of his are available on the BeeBase gallery, so you can download these for talks. The first one is an Asian Hornet queen, top left, where she's curled round the PTO, warming up those first eggs. And if you see a primary nest, as was described, and report it to us, that could very easily be bagged up at night by a bee inspector or by a wildlife officer, depending on the size and situation, and removed at that stage. The nests grow in size, and you get these small golf ball sized nests. You've all seen primary nests of other wasp species, I'm sure. And here the queen is building out the paper nest and building out the layers. And they build out on the outside, and on the inside they eat it away. So the nest sort of gradually expands out. There isn't an intermediate nest here, but you go straight from primary nest to secondary, and the secondary nest can get very large, as has been described, up to about sort of 60 to 80 centimeters in diameter and over a meter in height. You can see what is described as vents on the outside, but that's a bit misleading. They do look like vents. They're not vents. They're just where the outer layers, the outer envelope is being built down by the hornets. They don't go through to the center at all. The entrance in the primary nests is at the bottom, but as these bigger nests develop, the entrance moves up and is on the side, as can be seen in the last photo on the bottom right. Very visible when they're high up in trees. However, as has been said from the French experience and in fact from Jersey, many nests occur lower down. And I think certainly for a lot of these, they are the primary nests. Whether or not they move up will just depend on the time and how constrained they get. But here's one in a bird box, one in a hole in the wall, and other ones in roofs. I think a lot more occur in these sites than people are aware, just because they're less visible. And I'll talk about the visibility of Asian hornets in a moment. European hornet nest is quite different. It still has the same vents, if you like, on the outside, but often Vespa crabro is built in a cavity, so you don't get to see this, but it can sometimes be in the sheltered site, even in the top of a tree, if it's sheltered by the leaves itself. Here's one indoors, protected by a roof. One of the crucial differences with European hornet nests is they have this open bottom where the debris drop out, and that's quite characteristic. Oh, sorry. What can beekeepers do? Well, obviously, Asian hornet teams are key on that. I think we're all in agreement on that. It's about increasing awareness out there, about increasing awareness with both beekeepers and the public. As I've said, the guidance on the Asian hornet teams are on our site. You can get Asian hornets in acrylic for talks from Thorns, and I recommend you do so. You can get insect nets for catching insects in general from Watkins and Doncaster, and other suppliers are available. Please use our ID guide and alert poster. Many associations do, and they have made their own. But the key thing here for an Asian hornet team is about education and informing the public. In all your talks, Asian hornet should be mentioned, and the word is spread, if you like. But there is, and I will emphasize this, a caution to scaremongering. We should be promoting people to be aware of Asian hornet, but to have the guide with them, be aware there's other big insects. Not every insect out there is Asian hornet. And this will become very clear when I talk about those that are mistaken in a little minute. What we also do is we use the Asian hornet teams, and this has increased slowly over the last couple of years, to follow up local leads. And that's crucial. None of them so far have been Asian hornets. And they're usually going to be wasp nests and the like, but as you can appreciate, there is far bigger number of beekeepers out there than there is bee inspectors, and we can't follow up a lot of these, and I'll describe in a moment how that process works. So what do we expect beekeepers to do in an outbreak? Well, spend time looking for hornets in their own apiaries and adjacent forage, and to follow up from the last speaker, do not approach suspects' nests. Asian hornets will be visible if there's a nest nearby, and I'll describe that in a moment. You do not need to go near to anything that you suspect as being a nest. Report it to us, and we will go from there. So we also advise you use monitoring traps rather than killing traps. I think it's been emphasized the difficulty with spring trapping and in earlier talks. But monitoring traps help during an outbreak to determine whether hornets are in the area. But you do have to do, as they say, you have to monitor them, you have to release the bycatch. We don't want to be responsible for destroying European hornets and everything else, other insects. So please use the monitoring traps or similar style. They have now improved. So a lot of them are using, like in this photo, the Vita Pharma trap, with a tube inside with a wick, which means you don't get insects falling into the liquid. Very easy to go along daily and release bycatch. Report suspect sightings with a photo. You know, I'll talk about the numbers we get without a photo and lack of details. Obviously, we do need something more than I've seen an Asian hornet. If we responded to every I've seen an Asian hornet, I need to put every single one of you on government payroll, and that isn't going to happen. Moving on. Asian hornet teams, you can go on the BBK site now and see who your local person is. There's been an increased number of verifiers, very noticeable if I compare back my previous talks on this, where I've taken screenshots of it, and people can enter in the postcode and focus in. You get your regional coordinators in blue and verifiers in red. It now includes Wales and England, dealt with by the BBK head office, and my thanks to them for their real hard work put into this. It's quite a tricky business dealing with the number of calls and helping us with it. Alert responses from the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology contain a link to this map, and every single response that goes back to beekeepers when we're not going to follow it up suggests they get support from their local beekeeping association and Asian hornet team. How do we recommend most people report? Well, the major way is through the Asian Hornet Watch app. There are a number of reasons for this, but key ones is it enables you to put in your location, a map reference of where you've seen it, hopefully where you were standing at the time you take the photograph. The other key reason is it actually has all the common mistaken insects in the app, so people can compare what they've seen or what they've just taken a photo of with that. And in fact, a huge number of sightings, more than what I'm going to talk about in a moment. The ones I talk about in a moment will be those that are reported as Asian hornet. There's a huge number that come into the Asian Hornet Watch app, 4,000 or 5,000, I would say off the top of my head, where they have identified it as European hornet, identified it as giant wood wasp. So there is a real importance to people going for that. None of the other ways really have that available to people in the field. The online recording form is good because on the non-native species website, that also has beside it the web page, but we do sometimes have people cut and paste from photographs of insects off the internet rather than the actual photograph of the insect itself. So I would encourage the use of the app over that. And the last way, which has been the one used most historically, but we're really trying to move away from, is the email. And the reason for that is a line saying, I've seen an Asian hornet, and no name, no contact details, not answering back their email when we reply really doesn't help anyway, and uses up a load of resources. All of these are triaged by the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology near Oxford. And as you can see there, the number of alerts they've received, 4,000 back in 2016, now going up to nearly 10,000 in 2023. Over that time, the app has been developed and we've been pushing it, and now we're getting most of them by app or online forms now, and we hope to keep moving that forward. Ourselves, the MBU and UKCEH, will be writing an article soon in Beecraft in August, which will go into the details of what's seen when, and how the triaging works in great details, but I'll give you a clue on numbers shortly. As you can see, we often get peaks in this on the right-hand side here. The 2020 sightings are in this sort of browny purple. And if you remember back to May, this is when we had the giant Asian hornet reports, a lot of in the newspapers in the UK, and were taken by beekeepers to mean it was here, or by members of the public, and we got a huge increase in sightings, none of which were correct. We've now got details of the UK sightings available as tables, as I mentioned earlier, and I'm not going to go through these, and they're too small for you to read, but it gives you details of the location, which counties, when they were found, the year, whether or not a nest was found, and how we thought the route was coming in. And then we got details of the nest analysis from the paper. But I suggest you have a look at that. I think there's a lot of information for people from that. In summary, you can look at this map and gives you a clue. And I think the message to take from this is they can turn up anywhere in the UK, whether or not be hitchhiking or wind blown. We've had 21 confirmed responses in total, where we have actually had a photograph or an actual hornet. We've had a total of 10 nests, as shown in here by the nest photograph. They also had one which came in on a cauliflower, so don't confuse my cauliflower with the hornet nest. And then the hornet pictures on there showing the other 11 independent events. Only one of those other independent events was genetically related to nests in the UK, and that is the one here, where it was a diploid drone that had come from the Foy nest and travelled about 16 kilometres away and was trapped. What's very important about these independent events is that we get the backstory when we go into them. So some have been coming in from camping equipment, and some have come in the back of trucks into distribution centres for supermarkets. And our response sort of ends at that point. We do sometimes put traps out. It all depends on the information we get. So to give an example of an outbreak timeline from last year, we had 9,592 Asian hornet sightings coming in. They're all triaged by UKCH. They're all sent a response. Those ones with photos that can be identified, and that's 50% of them, get a email saying thank you for your time, and if you see another sighting, please contact us. And this one was a wood wasp or whatever. Other ones tend to get, sorry, we don't know what that is for, or, there's no photos, so we're not going to respond. If you get further information, please contact your local Asian Hornet team and use them to help you get more information. 110 of them have come through to the MBU, where they're further triaged. They're all contacted by a bee inspector, and then we decide on our response. Often we get follow-up photographs at this point in which we can establish they're not Asian hornets, but they're allocated to a bee inspector or Asian hornet team as appropriate. There's a range here, because some are where people who think they've seen an Asian hornet, some are where they think they've seen an Asian hornet nest. And depending on location, we may ask an Asian hornet team to go out, and all of them so far have turned out to be wasp nests or European hornet. So of all those nearly 10,000 sightings, only 2 were confirmed, and they were actually from the same nest. If you want to say what are of those 50%, what are the major confusion species, by the great majority of the European hornet, and then the giant wood wasp, various hoverflies, but mainly hornet mimic ones, and various wasps. But butterflies, various other things, a whole range of insects have been confused. So there is a huge education exercise on insects that is required out there. From a timeline of the outbreak, it was reported on Sunday the 6th and Tuesday the 8th. So 2 photos were sent in to UKCH by 2 independent people, one a beekeeper and one a member of the public. A common question I get is how many of the sightings have come in from beekeepers. So it's sometimes a bit confusing, because we often get, as in this case, from 2 different people at the same time. But it's about 50%. So members of the public have contributed greatly to this. They haven't always known up front about Asian hornet. They've Googled a photograph, for example, but they do have a great aid us greatly in the responses. So when we get a photograph, we then send out a local inspector, and they start surveillance and investigate the backstory. Often this is the next day. And some outbreaks, some incursions where it's a single hornet and it's come out of their luggage in their bedroom, for example, it almost stops at that point, and nothing else continues on. the sample, we can always try to get a sample and confirm it in the MBU lab, but that doesn't mean the response doesn't start. So in this example of Gosport, when the bee inspectors turned up on the first day, they started seeing hornets flying. So even before the sample had gone up to York and been confirmed, as we knew Asian hornets were there, the response started then. Alert, as soon as the sample is confirmed in the lab, the alert goes on the gov.uk rolling news page, local associations are contacted, AHTs are contacted, Bee Health Advisory Forum are informed, and a lot of information goes out and about. Track and trace then begins locally, and I'll talk about that in a moment. And the nest was found on the 10th. So very quickly afterwards, it was killed with FICAM on the 11th and removed on the 12th. We then do subsequent surveillance, and that is by asking beekeepers to put out traps, by ourselves having traps within the locality, and we monitor them for the rest of the season and often into the next season as well. But where Asian hornet teams can really help us is by increasing that monitoring, especially into the second year, because if there is an outbreak, we will find multiple nests in the area. We'll have nests the subsequent year if we've missed any, and it won't remain invisible. Photographs of Gosport in Hampshire. On the left-hand side is one of the sightings from a member of the public where Asian hornets were visiting grapes in their garden and chewing back and damaging their grapes. And then on the right-hand side here is a picture of one of the feed stations we use, if you like, to help get a line of sight for the nest. This line of sight information is very important for our track and trace. What's missing of this picture and a little bit confusing is at the start and start of this outbreak. So at the bottom left-hand corner and the top right-hand corner, there were apiaries of which we had sightings. So they pointed to that middle area. And then we started looking around there, looking for hornets in gardens, putting out traps. We switched from using traps very, very quickly over to bait stations and doing this line of sight work, because you want the hornet to get attracted to the bait and then keep flying back. We tend to use Trap-It or Satira, as it used to be known, because that works very effectively. And that guides us in. And normally we're successful with this in 3 to 4 days, and we're getting faster and faster at it and using a smaller number of our inspectors. We're now down to using 4 to 5 inspectors in that time. And that means our capacity is increasing and we can deal with more outbreaks from year to year. Importantly, we get licenses to do this under the Invasive Alien Species Order 2019 from Natural England and Natural Resource Wales, and we've now got them for 3 and 5 years respectively. So we've got them ahead of time. The nest was in an apple tree in Gosport, 6 meters above a public footpath. Hadn't been noticed, obviously. It's amazing how these nests can go unseen in environment. It's quite a small nest, and we'll talk about that. We use at the moment FICAM D, and we have a derogation to carry on using that until September this year. And then we're likely to swap to K-Orthrin Partex, which is another chemical available for nests in the open area. The number of chemicals you can use on a nest which isn't in a building is being reduced because of the danger to the environment, obviously. Lessons identified, we learn every year from our outbreaks. We do, and there's a lot of lessons identified that I've talked to you before in the past. Our contingency boxes, having equipment locally to the bee inspectors, sending bee inspectors out to Jersey, obviously restricted by COVID last year, but we are improving our efficiency all the time. Bee inspectors were key workers under COVID, so actually COVID didn't affect us directly. The only thing they stopped us from doing really with COVID was our forward operating bases, but we're moving away from that anyway because of the speed of the response. So in single nest outbreaks, well, we don't really need to set up an office. The inspectors know what they've got the available equipment, they can be given briefings on the phone, and they can get on with the job very, very quickly. As I said earlier, we're going to have improved guidance coming out for monitoring traps and bait stations very shortly, so that will be available to you. And one thing we're doing at the moment, and it's nearly complete, is a track and trace app for the inspectors based on ArcGIS field maps. And that allows inspectors, when they have a sighting in the field, to enter it into their iPhones, and then it will update a map and be available to other inspectors over the hill, across the road, and in fact to myself at home and other people. And this will speed up the response of reporting, and reduce having to have paper forms, and reduce the use of those forward operating bases or offices, if you like. All of which are a great efficiency. But also hopefully, not quite finalised yet, but also hopefully moving into barcoding of traps, which will save time for bee inspectors and feed recording information for us as well, for better sample traceability going into the lab. So conclusions, if you like, of the outbreaks: we've had 21 confirmed sightings, 10 nests have been destroyed from 8 queens. We've had nests in cypress trees, escallonia, brambles, elm tree, a shrub, London plane tree, spruce tree, oak tree, and a log at ground level, and an apple tree. These are all detailed on those on BBase now, on those tables I mentioned earlier. The nests have been from ground level, that's the log at ground level, up to 20 meters high, but all the nests have been small, with less than a 30 centimeter diameter. To give you an idea, most are very round at that stage, so that's 30 centimeters roughly in any direction. We've done DNA analysis on all the individuals collected in each area, and from the larvae and pupae in the nests, and the adults returned as well. And again, we're certain that these have all come from the European population and not from new incursions from Asia. And this is all detailed in the paper mentioned earlier. From genetic analysis of the individuals, no queens found in the UK were offspring from other nests. And none of the UK nests had reached the stage of producing queens. Some had reached the stage of producing drones, but a little bit of confusion there. They can produce diploid drones if they're inbred at any point in the time, and then the normal drones are produced 2 weeks before the gynes or queens, and none have got to the stage of producing adult queens. So we have no evidence of an established population in the UK. Doesn't mean there's one has gone missing so far, but as has been described, they don't remain missing for long. So the role of Asian Hornet teams is very important, and reporting it to us so we can carry on with the eradication. Every year we get about between 5 and 10 nests reported to us. None of them have been Asian Hornet nests. They have been European Hornet or other wasp species. So every winter we have meetings with DEFRA policy, and we decide whether or not we're in the eradication phase. These normally happen before, sometime after October, before Christmas, and every year it's decided whether or not we're in the eradication phase, and we are still in the eradication phase for this year. Some important points to take away from this is that Asian Hornets can occur anywhere in the UK. I'm afraid none of us can rest on our laurels. They're unobtrusive in the environment, especially at low density. We're not at the point of 10 nests per km squared or greater, where they can be seen at every beehive. They very much do like urban or semi-urban environments, as has been described previously. You can't, a queen nest, unless you happen to open the shed with a small primary nest in it, the queen activity, she's a lone mum. That one hornet being is unlikely to be seen foraging and catching insects. It's only when they get to the larger nests, sort of 20, 30 centimeters and above, with all the workers in the environment, that they start to be seen. In Jersey, there's a huge amount of effort being put into awareness of the public. It is a small island, and they've been very successful with that. So they do get primary nests being detected a lot of the time. When they've built up inside the size, the Asian hornet activity becomes visible. The hornets can be seen collecting meat for young on insects, on bees, obviously hawking at beehives, as will be shown later on other bees. So we have seen at several sites them collecting Colites hedera, the ivy mining bee, who have aggregations at that time of year. So don't just think of them on honeybees. On all insects on ivy, aphids on willow, we've had them reported at Tetbury. Bit difficult to work out whether or not they're actually collecting the aphids themselves or the sugary secretions, but either way, they were working them. Other animals they can go to, they certainly go to carrion or meat. We've used fish as a bait in several situations, but they also recorded going to sandhoppers on tide line or on shores, and in France from shrimps from markets are well known. They obviously like feeding on fallen fruit, both directly on the fruit and on the insects there as well. Apples, pears, plums, grapes, even on the tree as well. So like with the grapes you saw earlier. Also collecting wood and resin for nest building, wounds on trees, broken branches and posts. So you should be looking at all these sites. The activity, this question I think was asked earlier, of how far do they forage. From our trapping and looking at apiaries around outbreaks, none have been further than a kilometre from a nest. And the activity dramatically increases as you go closer. So most of the activity is within 700 meters and then still carrying on as you go in there. You don't start to see them actual sort of, you can see a line of hornets going into the nest depending on if you're in the right place and that going in. In several of the situations we have been able to follow that if that has gone up a road, but that's not until you get within 100 meters or so. But sometimes that can be misleading, as they will certainly take sharp turns to go around buildings or through trees.
Nigel, sorry to interrupt you. We're running out of time here. We've got a few questions that we can answer. It's 12:50 now.
Okay, I've got only one or two slides left. So would you like me to just bang through them quickly?
Yeah, go on then quickly, and then I'll choose a few of the questions, and the other questions we can ask.
Very, very fast. Okay, so be aware of primary and secondary nests. So just because if you think you see a secondary nest, be aware there could be a primary nest under your foot or in the shed nearby. So please do not approach nests. Warn us, that is the crucial message to take home. And now, very, very quickly, all I'm going to say, as was said earlier, some misinformation that's out there. We don't have the giant Asian hornet, but this is the response photograph from Washington State. Very interesting, and this point was covered earlier. And also the very good +1 article, but again, this is not the yellow-legged Asian hornet and not our honeybee in the UK. But again, interesting of the bees using poo. And I'll finish at that point and I'll answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Simon. Thank you.
Nigel, thank you.
We've got a few questions. I'll choose some of the questions from here. The others we'll try and get to answer at the end of the day. There's one here saying, please could the MBU let us know when they update the video on making a monitoring trap?
Yeah.
Okay, fine, thank you.
We will do, thank you. Obviously, we'll put it up as an alert when we do that. Okay. I don't know if it'll be a video, but there will be an increased fact sheet, but it's not difficult to make the new ones.
Okay, thank you. Do Asian hornets interact in any way with European hornets?
Yes, they do. So we see them at food stations. They interact with any insects at the food station quite aggressively often, including European hornets. But we don't see direct attacks. All they're trying to do is fight for the food, if you like. We have found European hornet nests within 10 meters of an Asian hornet nest in the New Forest, and they weren't directly interacting, they weren't attacking each other's nests, if you like. They were just carrying on with their business regardless.
Okay, thank you. And final one, are we legally allowed to release a hornet we may be tracking?
No, absolutely not. That is the responsibility for us. That is covered under the Invasive Alien Species Act. You have to be licensed through Natural England to do that, and only the bee inspectors are. Tracking is our responsibility when we're in the eradication phase. When that changes, as was mentioned earlier, which will be over a winter, then the BBK or whoever could apply for licenses to Natural England. That'd be something to take up with DEFRA. But there would be a huge amount of communication going on that front. And that would involve the Bee Health Advisory Forum that Anne is on, and she can brief you on that if you wish to talk about that further.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's very comprehensive. Sure, everybody's enjoyed it, and we'll try and get the other questions answered at the end of the day. Thank you, Nigel.
Thank you, Gareth.
Thank you both. Thank you, Nigel. That was a great talk. Thanks, Gareth, for fielding some of the questions there. It's now lunchtime, so we are going to break again, and we will reconvene for 1:30 for the next talk. So go and make yourself some lunch, and in the meantime, we're going to share a video with you that you can watch just while you're having your lunch. So we'll share that with you now. Okay then. Thank you very much. It's very short.
Try to catch honeybees workers when they try to come back to the hive. This is the first point. But the second point is what you can see at the present time on the video. This is a large number of workers which stay at the entrance of the hive, and they try to defend the colony against the predator. And during this time, they don't work outside. We can observe this phenomenon in apiaries in Europe, but not only. For example, here you have an example of a wild colony of honeybees where the nest is located inside a wall. And you have exactly the same thing. As, for example, you have between 10 and 30 different hornets in predation in front of the entrance of the colony of honeybees. And the behavior of honeybees workers is strictly the same. We have a large quantity of workers which stay at the entrance to defend the colony, and they don't work outside. They cannot collect food, and we have different consequences from this phenomenon. The first one, we have a large number of honeybees workers which decrease according to the time, because hornets catch several workers by minutes. So the population of honeybees decrease. This is the first point. The second point is that when honeybees workers stay at the entrance, they don't work outside, so there is less and less food stored inside the nest. So for the winter, for example, the colony can decrease and disappear because there is less and less workers, of course, but also there is less food. And we have a big stress of the colony thanks to this phenomenon of predation from the hornet. All these parameters have a great influence on the survival of the honeybee colony. So, how we can explain these different parameters? For example, you have a graph which can explain you what is the consequences of the number of hornets in predation in front of the hive and the quantity of honeybee workers which stay at home. In this graph, if you take a look on the left part, you have the relative fly activity of honeybees. So the number of honeybees which can fly outside. And on the bottom part, you have the number of hornets in front of the hive. And if you take a look on the graph, more and more hornets you have in predation, less and less honeybee workers can fly outside. So, more hornets we have in front of the hive, more honeybees stay at the entrance to defend the colony, and they don't work for something else. So the consequences you can observe are presented in this second graph. You have on the left always the same, the relative flight activity of honeybees. But the other parameter on this graph is the forager homing failure. So this is, in fact, the number of honeybee workers which were catch by the hornet. So this graph shows this point. When you decrease the relative flight of honeybees, you in fact increase the number of honeybees which can be catch and predate by the hornet. So more hornet we have in predation activity in front of the hive, more workers of honeybees stay at the entrance, and the few number of honeybees workers which were outside to collect food, when they come back to the hive, they are more and more catch by the predator. So the consequence, this is a decrease of the colony of honeybees, the big stress and a decrease of the number of individuals. Something which is interesting also about the behavior of the hornet. As you can observe in a video, all hornets, they don't try to catch honeybees at the entrance of the nest. They try only to catch honeybees when they come back to the colony. So every time they try to catch these poor workers, and the honeybee workers try to go fast and to reach very quickly the entrance and to try to escape to the predator. So to conclude, what are the consequences for honeybee colonies in Europe? In fact, we observe at the present time a decrease of colonies in Europe sometimes, and we observe more and more colonies which are killed by the hornet. So we observe a decrease of the population of colonies. We observe also a decrease of the food storage sometimes, not every time, but sometimes. And beekeepers say that sometimes a large number of honeybee colonies could be killed by the hornet predation. And now the question we can ask is it possible to honeybees to defend itself against the predation? In fact, the response is yes, but in Asia, with another species of honeybees. This is Apis-Veana. This is the Asian honeybees species. Mellifera in Europe is totally unable to defend itself. Only beekeepers can defend their colonies. And in Asia, as you can observe in the video, several workers can go on a hornet and they can kill the hornet with heat. They increase the temperature inside the ball of honeybees and kill the hornet. This is the heat ball. This behavior seems to be typical from the Asian honeybees. In Europe, with Mellifera, we observe very few colonies which are able to perform such behavior to defend the colony. Hello, my name is Eric Darrouzet. I am a French scientist. and I'm working in the University of Tours, so in the center of France. In my YouTube channel, I want to show you different simple videos about the Asian hornet, which is an invasive species in France and Europe. And you will see in these very simple videos that the impact of the hornet is very dramatic sometimes, is very important for honeybees and different other species. So I want to show you some simple information about this invasive species, the Asian hornet, the yellow-legged hornet, Vespa velutina. Here you have an example of a hive which is attacked by the hornet, the Asian hornet, which is an invasive species in Europe. And, or for example, you have between 3 and 5 different hornet workers in front of the hive, and they fly to try to catch honeybees workers when they try to come back to the hive. This is the first point. But the second point is what you can see at the present time on the video. This is a large number of workers which stay at the entrance of the hive, and they try to defend the colony against the predator. And during this time, they don't work outside. We can observe this phenomenon in apiaries in Europe, but not only. For example, here you have an example of a wild colony of honeybees where the nest is located inside a wall. And you have exactly the same thing. As, for example, you have between 10 and 30 different hornets in predation in front of the entrance of the colony of honeybees. And the behavior of honeybees workers is strictly the same. We have a large quantity of workers which stay at the entrance to defend the colony, and they don't work outside. They cannot collect food, and we have different consequences from this phenomenon. The first one, we have a large number of honeybees workers which decrease according to the time, because hornets catch several workers by minutes. So the population of honeybees decrease. This is the first point. The second point is that when honeybees workers stay at the entrance, they don't work outside, so there is less and less food stored inside the nest. So for the winter, for example, the colony can decrease and disappear because there is less and less workers, of course, but also there is less food. And we have a big stress of the colony thanks to this phenomenon of predation from the hornet. All these parameters have a great influence on the survival of the honeybee colony. So, how we can explain these different parameters? For example, you have a graph which can explain you what is the consequences of the number of hornets in predation in front of the hive and the quantity of honeybee workers which stay at home. In this graph, if you take a look on the left part, you have the relative fly activity of honeybees. So the number of honeybees which can fly outside. And on the bottom part, you have the number of hornets in front of the hive. And if you take a look on the graph, more and more hornets you have in predation, less and less honeybee workers can fly outside. So, more hornets we have in front of the hive, more honeybees stay at the entrance to defend the colony, and they don't work for something else. So the consequences you can observe are presented in this second graph. You have on the left always the same, the relative flight activity of honeybees. But the other parameter on this graph is the forager homing failure. So this is, in fact, the number of honeybee workers which were catched by the hornet. So this graph shows this point. when you decrease the relative flight of honeybees, you in fact increase the number of honeybees which can be catch and predate by the hornet. So more hornet we have in predation activity in front of the hive, more workers of honeybees stay at the entrance, and the few number of honeybees workers which were outside to collect food, when they come back to the hive, they are more and more catch by the predator. So the consequence, this is a decrease of the colony of honeybees, the big stress and a decrease of the number of individuals. Something which is interesting also about the behavior of the hornet. As you can observe in a video, all hornets, they don't try to catch honeybees at the entrance of the nest. They try only to catch honeybees when they come back to the colony. So every time they try to catch these poor workers, and the honeybee workers try to go fast and to reach very quickly the entrance and to try to escape to the predator. So to conclude, what are the consequences for honeybee colonies in Europe? In fact, we observe at the present time a decrease of colonies in Europe sometimes, and we observe more and more colonies which are killed by the hornet. So we observe a decrease of the population of colonies. We observe also a decrease of the food storage sometimes, not every time, but sometimes. And beekeepers say that sometimes a large number of honeybee colonies could be killed by the hornet predation. And now the question we can ask is it possible to honeybees to defend itself against the predation? In fact, the response is yes, but in Asia, with another species of honeybees. This is Apis This is the Asian honeybees species. Mellifera in Europe is totally unable to defend itself. Only beekeepers can defend their colonies. And in Asia, as you can observe in the video, several workers can go on a hornet and they can kill the hornet with heat. They increase the temperature inside the ball of honeybees and kill the hornet. This is the heat ball. This behavior seems to be typical from the Asian honeybees. In Europe, with Mellifera, we observe very few colonies which are able to perform such behavior to defend the colony. Hello, my name is Eric Darrouzet. I am a French scientist, and I'm working in the University of Tours, so in the center of France. In my YouTube channel, I want to show you different simple videos about the Asian hornet, which is an invasive species in France and Europe. And you will see in these very simple videos that the impact of the hornet is very dramatic sometimes, is very important for honeybees and different other species. So I want to show you some simple information about this invasive species, the Asian hornet, the yellow-leg hornet, Vespa velutina. Here you have an example of a hive which is attacked by the hornet, the Asian hornet, which is an invasive species in Europe. And, or for example, you have between 3 and 5 different hornet workers in front of the hive, and they fly to try to catch honeybees workers when they try to come back to the hive. This is the first point. But the second point is what you can see at the present time on the video. This is a large number of workers which stay at the entrance of the hive, and they try to defend the colony against the predator. And during this time, they don't work outside. We can observe this phenomenon in apiaries in Europe. But not only. For example, here you have an example of a wild colony of honeybees where the nest is located inside a wall. And you have exactly the same thing. As, for example, you have between 10 and 30 different hornets in predation in front of the entrance of the colony of honeybees. And the behavior of honeybees workers is strictly the same. We have a large quantity of workers which stay at the entrance to defend the colony, and they don't work outside. They cannot collect food, and we have different consequences from this phenomenon. The first one, we have a large number of honeybees workers which decrease according to the time, because hornets catch several workers by minutes. So the population of honeybees decrease. This is the first point. The second point is that when honeybees workers stay at the entrance, they don't work outside, so there is less and less food stored inside the nest. So for the winter, for example, the colony can decrease and disappear because there is less and less workers, of course, but also there is less food. And we have a big stress of the colony thanks to this phenomenon of predation from the hornet. All these parameters have a great influence on the survival of the honeybee colony. So, how we can explain these different parameters? For example, you have a graph which can explain you what is the consequences of the number of hornets in predation in front of the hive and the quantity of honeybee workers which stay at home. In this graph, if you take a look on the left part, you have the relative flight activity of honeybees. So the number of honeybees which can fly outside. And on the bottom part, you have the number of hornets in front of the hive. And if you take a look on the graph, more and more hornets you have in predation, less and less honeybee workers can fly outside. So, more hornets we have in front of the hive, more honeybees stay at the entrance to defend the colony, and they don't work for something else. So the consequences you can observe are presented in this second graph. You have on the left always the same, the relative flight activity of honeybees. But the other parameter on this graph is the forager homing failure. So this is, in fact, the number of honeybee workers which were catch by the hornet. So this graph shows this point. When you decrease the relative flight of honeybees, you in fact increase the number of honeybees which can be catch and predate by the hornet. So more hornet we have in predation activity in front of the hive, more workers of honeybees stay at the entrance, and the few number of honeybees workers which were outside to collect food, when they come back to the hive, they are more and more catch by the predator. So the consequence, this is a decrease of the colony of honeybees, the big stress and a decrease of the number of individuals. Something which is interesting also about the behavior of the hornet. As you can observe in the video, all hornets, they don't try to catch honeybees at the entrance of the nest. They try only to catch honeybees when they come back to the colony. So every time they try to catch these poor workers, and the honeybee workers try to go fast and to reach very quickly the entrance and to try to escape to the predator. So to conclude, what are the consequences for honeybee colonies in Europe? In fact, we observe at the present time a decrease of colonies in Europe sometimes. And we observe more and more colonies which are killed by the hornet. So we observe a decrease of the population of colonies. We observe also a decrease of the food storage sometimes, not every time, but sometimes. And beekeepers say that sometimes a large number of honeybee colonies could be killed by the hornet predation. And now the question we can ask is it possible to honeybees to defend itself against the predation? In fact, the response is yes, but in Asia, with another species of honeybees. This is Apis. This is the Asian honeybees species. Mellifera in Europe is totally unable to defend itself. Only beekeepers can defend their colonies. And in Asia, as you can observe in the video, several workers can go on a hornet and they can kill the hornet with heat. They increase the temperature inside the ball of honeybees and kill the hornet. This is the heat ball. This behavior seems to be typical from the Asian honeybees. In Europe, with Mellifera, we observe very few colonies which are able to perform such behavior to defend the colony. Hello, my name is Eric Darrouzet. I am a French scientist and I'm working in the University of Tours, so in the center of France. In my YouTube channel, I want to show you different simple videos about the Asian hornet, which is an invasive species in France and Europe. And you will see in these very simple videos that the impact of the hornet is very dramatic sometimes, is very important for honeybees and different other species. So I want to show you some simple information about this invasive species, the Asian hornet, the yellow-legged hornet, Vespa velutina. Here you have an example of a hive which is attacked by the hornet, the Asian hornet, which is an invasive species in Europe. And, or for example, you have between 3 and 5 different hornet workers in front of the hive. And they fly to try to catch honeybees workers when they try to come back to the hive. This is the first point. But the second point is what you can see at the present time on the video. This is a large number of workers which stay at the entrance of the hive and they try to defend the colony against the predator. And during this time, they don't work outside. We can observe this phenomenon in apiaries in Europe, but not only. For example, here you have an example of a wild colony of honeybees where the nest is located inside a wall. And you have exactly the same thing. As, for example, you have between 10 and 30 different hornets in predation in front of the entrance of the colony of honeybees. And the behavior of honeybees workers is strictly the same. We have a large quantity of workers which stay at the entrance to defend the colony, and they don't work outside. They cannot collect food, and we have different consequences from this phenomenon. The first one, we have a large number of honeybees workers which decrease according to the time, because hornets catch several workers by minutes. So the population of honeybees decrease. This is the first point. The second point is that when honeybees workers stay at the entrance, they don't work outside, so there is less and less food stored inside the nest. So for the winter, for example, the colony can decrease and disappear because there is less and less workers, of course, but also there is less food. And we have a big stress of the colony thanks to this phenomenon of predation from the hornet. All these parameters have a great influence on the survival of the honeybee colony. So, how we can explain these different parameters? For example, you have a graph which can explain you what is the consequences of the number of hornets in predation in front of the hive and the quantity of honeybee workers which stay at home. In this graph, if you take a look on the left part, you have the relative fly activity of honeybees. So the number of honeybees which can fly outside. And on the bottom part, you have the number of hornets in front of the hive. And if you take a look on the graph, more and more hornet you have in predation, less and less honeybee workers can fly outside. So, more hornet we have in front of the hive, more honeybees stay at the entrance to defend the colony, and they don't work for something else. So the consequences you can observe are presented in this second graph. You have on the left always the same, the relative flight activity of honeybees. But the other parameter on this graph is the forager homing failure. So this is, in fact, the number of honeybee workers which were catched by the hornet. So this graph shows this point. When you decrease the relative flight of honeybees, you in fact increase the number of
Okay, people, I think we're just about to reconvene. It's just about to turn 1:30. Hope everybody's back and had a nice little break for lunch and had something to eat. I'm just going to hand back to Anne.
Yes, thank you for rejoining. I hope you've had a good lunch and I hope you enjoyed this morning's lectures. This afternoon, we've got the first lecturer is Dr. Sandra Rojas-Nossa, and she's from the Department of Ecology and Animal Biology from the University of, I think it's Vigo, but she can correct me if I'm wrong. So the subject is the Atlantic Positive Project, and I know that she's involved with this with Peter Kennedy, who's talking next. Sandra is actually a biologist, and she's fascinated with flowers and insects, as most of us are. And she uses a combination of studies of animal behavior and plant reproduction as part of her research. She's one aim, rather, I should say, is transmitting their relevance for human beings. So I think this is going to be a fascinating lecture. Thank you, Sandra. I'm going to hand it over to you to actually deliver your lecture. So thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm trying to share my screen now. Do you hear well? Do you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so good afternoon. Thank you for this introduction. Today I'm going to present the Atlantic Positive Project and our experience with Vespa velutina here in Galicia, Spain. Currently, I work with one of the teams of the University of Vigo, which are participants of the Atlantic Positive Project. Let's first begin with the invasion process. This map, we already saw it in the morning, and Vespa velutina was first detected in Southeast France in 2004, and from there expanded at different rates throughout Europe, reaching 11 countries until 2020. In Galicia, the first nests were found in 2012. The locations of the two detected nests were far apart, one to the north and the other to the south, at distance more than 200 kilometers between them. Both were very close to the coast, and from these 2 points, the invasion expanded into new territories, first in the coastal region, and then to the interior. By the end of 2018, the whole territory of Galicia was invaded. Okay, and during the morning, the talks of the morning, we saw this kind of maps and how is this expansion in terms of new territories invaded. But in reality, in an invasion, there are two processes occurring simultaneously: extension in area and also increasing in abundance. In the maps, we have different colors. With the darker colors, we represent density of nests with higher densities with the darker red colors. But we now see in this other plot the number of nests, how abundant was during the years this species in Galicia. Remember these three important points in terms of extension. Now we see how many nests we reported. For instance, these two first nests in 2000 at the beginning of the invasion, then this number increased in a very important dimension, arriving to more than 26,000 nests reported for Galicia. In these 2 last years, I put this in red because we are not very sure what happened, but we would like to have a decrease in population. But what I fear is that during these 2 last years, the administration responsible for monitoring and management of the invasion changed the way they managed the invasion. So what is happening here is that we don't count as so much nests because the way we monitor the population. Here we have a typical curve of population increase for an invasive alien species over time. First, we have here introduction before we can prevent its introduction, but in case it is introduced to a new region, it is very important to prevent its arrival. But then after the introduction, there is a small short window of opportunity for action and ideally eradication, and then return to prevention. In these moments are very important early detection and rapid response plans. After certain point, if we fail to achieve eradication, this will lead to an increase in the invasion in the population and leaves nothing more than to opt for containment. And after this abundance is increasing and more, we have to deal with the invasive species, and we have to develop strategies for long-term control to reduce the impacts of these invasive species. Remember, an alien species is not always considered as invasive, but when it arrives to very important abundances and when it causes impacts on biodiversity, on ecological processes and economic aspects. And this is the case for Vespa velutina. Now let's see this data. If we overlap now the data from Galicia to this curve, we can see different phases represented by the years. From the introduction, the possibility for eradication occurred during the first 2 years. Then the possibility of containment during the next 2 or 3 years maximum here. However, that what we experienced here was that beekeepers began to be aware and lose precious time with useless methods for very little effective methods and other solutions. So we were always running behind these species. Only in 2016, we made the first scientific study about methods. The same year, we were invited to the European Parliament to present the high impacts of these invasive species, and this same year it was considered as a species of concern for the European Union. Then when with the first deceased people, citizens began to be aware of the presence and the impacts of these species, but in this year, the abundance was very, very high. It took another 3 years to achieve a common project between EU members to develop methods to control the invasion of these species. As an important note to take into account, according to a question I saw for the talks in the morning about if we are losing money and time fighting these species in the very first part of the invasion, No, it is worth of fighting here. Eradication is only possible during this first phase. Then is only long-term control with high costs for biodiversity, money, and society. But here in Spain, not all regions experience the same fate. In the Balearic Islands, the species was detected in 2015 and taking advantage of an existing infrastructure, such as a team of experienced technicians in containment of bioinvaders. They considered it now to be eradicated from Mallorca. Some actions that began the very same year of the detection were establishment of a multidisciplinary working group, spring trapping of queens, but I have to take your attention here that traps were strategically placed and managed by technicians. Also, citizens' efforts were very, very important here. They collected data, they detected the presence of adults. They had a centralized system, they developed very quickly a centralized system to report the sightings. They made detection of nests using triangulation and a very huge effort destroying the nests. It is also important to note that it is an island. The distance to the mainland is very important, reducing the chances of natural reintroductions, and also by human transport. And they have a dry weather conditions and few fresh water courses that all these environmental conditions are very important to understand how is the rate of population growth. Next, I want to talk about the impacts of these invasive species. We saw these social insects are opportunistic and generalistic. They use many resources from the environment, such as water, fibers, to do the nest. Carbohydrates, here is one Vespa velutina drinking nectar. Here are drinking sap. And here are eating some mature fruit. They also hunt and make scavenging to gather protein. This means that these animals compete with the native fauna for all these resources. But the most important impact, for instance, for honeybees, is that adult workers are ferocious hunters of honeybees. We saw it during the lunchtime. They can gather several individuals hunting in front of the hives or in front of a colony. Most commonly, they wait for bee workers that were foraging in the field and waiting they to come, and they catch them in flight. Then they take only the thorax and fly back to the nest, bringing that pellet to feed the brood. The predation is very important since the beginning of the season, which can begin in June or July and end approximately in October, or here in Galicia in January. So these are 3 months or 6 months that in which Vespa velutina is in front of the hives throughout the whole day, hunting one after the other bees. This sustained predation pressure induces the paralysis of the colony and reduces its survivorship. We mean paralysis. This means that the bees stop foraging. They just stay into the hive and don't leave the hive, eat all resources they have gathered so far, and this can have severe consequences in the food gathering. So we have here a resume. The predation of Vespa velutina caused a reduction in number of bees, evidently, caused also stress, an increase in oxidative stress in bees, and changes in their behavior. All kinds of behaviors are changing because of the predation. This, in turn, this causes reduction in resources they have into the colony, into the hive, and changes in behavior such as defense or hygiene, that in turn redundant on the quantity of resources they have, increasing diseases, increasing mortality, and affecting the benefits for the beekeepers. Here in Galicia, beekeepers manage a number of 30% of losses in colonies and productivity, not only because the colonies die, but they have to make reposition of the colonies that die, but also because they have to give supplementary feeding. They have to take care of traps, attractant, and other devices. There is an additional time, very high additional time, not dedicated to beekeeping activities, and some beekeepers just tend to move colonies to places where Vespa velutina is not so abundant. Here we have the maps we already saw at the beginning of the invasion in Galicia. And we have here in this plot is the number of hives. These are data from the administration responsible for this. And we have 3 bars: blue, small apiaries; orange, medium apiaries; and gray, bigger apiaries. And what we see after the first years after its arrival is that small and medium apiaries had a significant decrease in the number of colonies, affecting a beekeeping sector. In 2016, we made a study comparing different types of traps and different types of baits. We wanted to study the performance of these traps as control tools. During the spring, we identified and counted all arthropods trapped in these traps. What we found is that all these traps are very effective, capturing less than 1 individual Vespa velutina per day per trap, and very low selective. Many other insects are trapped in these traps. We found also that in the forest and rural areas, the trapping is higher, as well as in the proximity to the apiaries. Here we have a scenario where we just see that the 1% of all trapping insects are Vespa velutina. This means that per each Vespa velutina we trapped in this kind of traps, 99 other individuals of other species were captured and killed. Considering these numbers, considering that Vespa velutina also hunts insects, but other groups of insects, and that the evidence shows that these traps are not really useful to reduce the population in a significant manner, we concluded that baited traps are an additional pressure on pollinators and other insects. In the next year, 2000, 2017, we made another study where we studied this device. It is called IRBI. It was invented in France. It is a frame with threads, metal threads, and an electronic device send positive and negative electric signal. And when the hornet flies hunting bees in front of the hives, touches both threads and receives an electric shock. Falling here in this part from which smaller insects can fly, while the Vespa velutina stays trapped in a bottle. These are the hives. So we made an experiment in 10 apiaries with each one 10 hives and one hive. We saw that after 5 weeks of setting this IRB, the number of hornets and the number of hunted bees were significantly less, and the worker bees began to work again. There was more activity of workers after using the IRB. Another impact on the colony and the behavior of the colony is the change in the defense behaviors. Usually colonies have no defensive or guards looking for the bees coming into the hive. That is quite normal to have some guards, but when they are under attack, they make this type of clusters. And that was what we have before using the IRB. After using the IRB, these clusters were much less, and an important, more than 70% of the colonies that were making these clusters began again to make other guards or non-defensive behaviors. These IRBs were also more selective, much more selective. With the model we used in the first year were almost 70% of the captures, and last year we used also in 3 apiaries, and we get a very good selectiveness. The attractant here is only the bees' fragrances and normal behavior of bees, but I have to say that the method has 2 important problems. The first is that there is not yet a legal regulation for these devices, and the high price and infrastructures needed, that it make it not very practical for big apiaries. Okay, as we saw in the morning, honeybees are their preferred prey, but of the huge quantity of insects that a colony of Vespa velutina hunts during the season, more than 70%, the 60% are other insects and other arthropods. And they are very smart. They hunt also pollinators in the flowers. The flowers attract pollinators, attract insects. So they use this attraction of flowers to hunt. We made an study in Mentha suaveolens, the mint, very common herb in Europe, and we studied the changes in behavior of the main pollinators group of this plant. We saw changes in different aspects of their behavior. We saw, for instance, changes, negative changes in Apis mellifera, in bombus, and small bees, and also in syrphids. That conduced to a reduction in the number of pollen deposited on the stigmas of the flowers in those plants where Vespa velutina was hunting. Thus, we concluded that the invasive hornet Vespa velutina affects pollination of these plants, so changes in abundance and behavior of floral visitors. Currently, we continue doing this work, this assessment of the impacts in collaboration with University of Exeter, studying the impacts on wild pollinators and other plants. We know also that honeybees are important pollinators of native plants, and we currently study which changes in their survivorship and behavior affect the pollination services of the plants, native and crops. Other important impacts that haven't been assessed so far are the impacts for fruit sector, both from pollination and from consumption, direct consumption of the fruits. This sector can be highly affected. Other impacts, as we saw in the last conference, in the last talk, it are the impacts on human health and public spending that must be quantified thoroughly and in a broad manner to get a better idea of what is going on in these two aspects as well. Well, as a resume here, we have some biological traits allow this species to be a very effective invasive species. The diet, sociality, type of colonies, behavior of nesting and defenses have important ecological impacts through predation and competition. Also, fruit consumption affects different primary sectors such as apiculture, agriculture, forestry, and the methods we use to control it also impact fauna and pollinators, and its defensive behavior also cause important social impacts, such as health and public spending. Finally, I'm going to present very briefly what we are working now in the Atlantic Positive Project. The main aim of our project is the conservation of Atlantic pollination services and control of the invasive species. We are 10 main partners, and another 21 associated partners, including departments of the government, agencies, beekeeping associations, other universities and groups. And our main goal is to prevent further expansion and minimize the impact of these invasive species on ecosystems and on socioeconomic development of the Atlantic area. We expect to achieve this via transnational cooperation and joint activities, mainly focused on improving detection and capture techniques, management of apiaries and hives to reduce its impacts, define appropriate and environmentally responsible control methods, make educational and training campaigns, and develop a transnational prevention strategy. Some of the actions we began to work in 2019 was the study of the impact of the species on pollinator communities, flower visitation and pollination services. We want also to analyze nectar foraging by the hornet, which preferred plants and habitats use. And other groups are working in cataloging parasites found in native Hymenoptera that can be used as biocontrol agents, and testing radiotelemetry methods to locate nests in new landscapes and environments, developing new tools, new ideas, and manuals and training, so more people can use radiotelemetry to find nests. Other groups are devoted to study the socioeconomic analysis, cost and benefits analysis of different control measures, and educational campaigns for instructors and beekeepers, for public bodies, environmental NGOs, general public. Education, as we saw also in the last talks, is very, very important. Education of beekeepers, because we beekeepers are the first to see the species very often, but also the general public must know good about this species. And developing the transnational strategic plan for some parts of the Atlantic area. Finally, we are organizing an international Congress on Asian Hornets this year and in summer this year. We are currently working very hardly to produce results, despite COVID has provoked different delays, but I hope soon we will present to the public the first results of our project. Finally, I want to say thanks to the organizers of this conference, to the Atlantic Area Interreg program, and all the colleagues, family, friends, and entities that had supported my work and this presentation. Thank you very much to all the people present, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much for that, Sandra. We really appreciate you coming to talk to us today. We've got a couple of questions. What other species were caught by the ARPA electrica?
Can I see the question written? Or could you repeat, please?
What other species were caught by the electric harp?
In the first years, we caught some of the native hornets, some bumblebees, bigger, but also bees, honeybees, can fall into these harps.
Thank you. There's people saying, thank you, your project's excellent. How are the first occurrences of Vespa velutina believed to have arrived in Galicia?
To the north is believed to arrive by maritime transport, human transport. And to the south, it seems it came from Portugal, from the invasive population there in Portugal that arrived here by its own capacity of flight.
Thank you. And what methods led to the eradication in Mallorca?
I think there wasn't only one method. I think it was a huge effort from universities, administrations, beekeepers, and the whole society, putting all that methods together in a very rapid way. I think is yeah.
Thank you.
But I think it was very important that they tried to find the nests very, very soon and deal the nests very properly.
On the number of hives in one place, was it being suggested that bigger apiaries saw more attacks? So the more hives in an apiary, the more attacks it had.
I don't know, but it depends on the number of nests around the apiaries, and I think the contrary. I think the lesser hives, if you have the same number of hornets hunting, will suffer more with a smaller number of hives. With higher number of hives, this predation pressure will dilute, but I don't think there is an evaluation of that kind of characteristics of apiaries that can give us a better idea, an accurate idea of what is going on with that two aspects.
Would you suggest that a good strategy would be to use a variety of physical barriers for the Asian hornet rather than just one, as in your very useful trial of the harp?
Yes, yes. I think it's important that these devices trap the hornets. There is one work where they used a muzzle in front of the hives that helped bees to continue working, but maybe this can still be the hunters can still hunt the bees. So I think these barriers are helpful, but also that they trap the hornets, it is important.
Thank you. If distance is a factor in colonising islands, how far are the Balearic Islands from the mainland?
The Majorca, particularly Majorca, where it was detected, is around more than 200 kilometers from mainland.
So would the Asian hornets have flown there, or have humans taken them?
If I recall, well, it was the most likely process was human transport in the ships, touristic or other ships via human transport.
Thank you. And there's a couple of questions just asking if Brexit has affected your project.
Yes, right now I'm waiting for sample of baits, and usually must have taken 1 week, and now I don't know, 3 weeks or 4 weeks. I have a very recent example of that. Yes, yes, it is affecting us all.
Are you working with Portugal as they're the neighbour of Spain?
Yes, we have partners from Portugal working in the Positive project, yes.
Yeah, I thought it was on the map, but it's not on the screen at the moment. Andrew Durham's asking, do you know of the reported finding by the University of Compostela that a hornet nest requiring 500 grams of protein a day, which would equate to about 90,000 bee-sized insects a week? Have you seen the report, and does it sound right?
No, I think I haven't seen this report. I know that this number of prey hunted along all the season, and it is a paper recently published by Rome's team. But that is all what I know so far about these calculations of how many insects can a colony kill.
Thank you. Is there evidence from Europe to show that the presence of hornets has increased defensive behaviour in honeybees towards beekeepers?
I don't think there is evidence, but I know that not necessarily there is an increase in aggressiveness against the beekeepers, but I don't know. Here we have a very aggressive bee, so we always go very protected to the apiaries.
Thank you. I think that's the last question. There was a question about the islands idea as well, because obviously the UK is an island, but I think we've covered that on the previous question as well. So I think that's the end of the questions for this. So thank you very much. Everyone's really enjoyed that. There've been lots of comments in the messages saying really interesting report from you. So thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
I think we now go for a tea break.
Deal with that first. It's not-
Thank you both for the questions and answer session, and Sandra for doing the talk. We're going to take another short break now. We're a bit ahead of schedule, but we'll keep to time for 2:30 just in case Peter's not ready and not on the talk. So we'll take a break now and come back at 2:30. So yeah, go and make yourself a cup of tea. All right then, thank you.
Are they off now?
No, hang on.
I'm going to take my
Yeah.
video off then. Go. Right.
You're on
So
now.
can I start?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome back. I hope you've had a nice cup of tea and the weather isn't too horrendous where you are. Certainly in the UK here, it's just cold, dry and very cold. So let's get on with the lecture from our next presenter, who is Dr. Peter Kennedy, well known to us at the BBKA, and we've supported quite a fair bit of his research, which has been excellent. He's based at the University of Exeter in the Environmental and Sustainability Institute. And his interest has been beneficial insects, particularly social and pollinating insects. He's done a lot of work on those, but with the arrival of the Asian hornets, he's been working very much on the emerging threat of them and the development of radio telemetry. But I think it's probably better for me to let Pete to carry on and talk about his research himself. So welcome, Pete. Thank you. If you'd like to take over.
Great. Thank you very much, Anne. Good afternoon to everybody. Just a moment while I just arrange to share the screen. And if you could maybe just confirm that you can see the screen.
Yes, we can, Peter. Thank you.
Okay, brilliant. Right, so I'm from the University of Exeter, but based in Cornwall at the Penryn campus, and working in the Environment and Sustainability Institute. We are currently working on 2 funded projects dealing with the Asian hornet. So we have a BBSRC funded project that is hoping to measure and model the threat posed by the Asian hornet to managed and wild pollinators. This actually has a generous funding also from the BBKA, which will allow us to do some additional sampling within this project. And then there's also an EU Interreg project, the Atlantic Positive project that you would have heard a little bit about from Sandra. So this is a partnership across 10 partners in covering Portugal, Spain, France, the UK and Ireland, and is intended to bring sort of ideas, experiences together to try and develop methodologies and strategies to help contain the spread of the Asian hornet in Europe, and in particular in the Atlantic area of Europe. So the focus of our research across these 2 projects broadly fits into sort of 4 categories. So that we are working on the aspect of the Atlantic Positive project in terms of nest detection and trying to improve on methodologies around this, particularly in regard to radio telemetry, and to help sort of enable people to utilize these techniques. We're also helping in terms of providing training aids for partners, stakeholders and agencies dealing with the Asian hornet. And as I mentioned with the BBSRC project, we're obviously very interested in getting a better measure of the impact of the Asian hornets on wild, but especially wild pollinators, because that's probably an area where we know the least about at the moment. So this covers a range of things, including getting a broader understanding of their diet spectrum, understanding how predation influences bee behavior, bee dynamics, and potentially pollination services. There's also, obviously, both of these things will feed into the models that we are trying to develop to allow us to make predictions on the impact when Asian hornets might potentially reach the UK. But that will have to come after we've sort of generated the data from the earlier studies, obviously also taking into account what is being published in the literature. And ultimately trying to develop sort of national and regional control strategies, or rather reviewing existing ones and developing a potential transnational strategy to constrain the spread of the Asian hornet in Europe. So the bits that I'm going to focus on in this talk are actually the two first parts, as the other two will lead from those. So nest detection, ultimately I guess there's a general consensus amongst research scientists that if you are going to be able to constrain the spread of the Asian hornet and manage its population growth in Europe, that you need to deal with the reproductive unit. Now, the reproductive unit is either the whole colony, the mated queen, or aspects that influence her fertilization. There are various control methods that have been put forward that if they don't fall into the category of dealing with the reproductive unit, then they are dealing more with trying to manage the impact of the Asian hornet, typically at a specific locality, often the apiary, but they often don't have an influence on population growth or the impact that the Asian hornets might exert away from the apiary. There's some controversy about spring queen trapping and its value. You would have heard Sandra talking about this as well. So there's concerns about the levels of bycatch that are caught in the process of trying to catch the emerging queens in the spring versus the actual efficiency of being able to catch spring queens. But there's actually a multi-year French study that has been going on for a few years now. So there, as part of that, there will be a scientific evaluation of how spring trapping has worked in 15 municipalities across France. And I believe that is soon to conclude, so hopefully we'll learn more from that. But ultimately, when it comes down to this, I might obviously talk about dealing with the reproductive unit, detecting the nest. The biggest challenge you have there is detecting it. And that is maybe illustrated by sort of photographs from various locations. These photographs, I think a fair number of them I've actually taken from Jersey. Just to illustrate that nests aren't always easy to find. They can be either high up in trees, often hidden by the dense leaf canopy that exists during the summer period. They could even be in clipped hedges, under roof tiles, within bramble, or in really inaccessible places where you even need sort of high-tech equipment to be able to reach the nests. And as Alistair Christie, no doubt, I'm not sure if he's joined this meeting, but he will attest to the difficulties of locating nests in marsh amongst reeds and thistles, etc., which wasn't easy to hack one's way through just to even get close to the nest. So there is a long tradition of actually hunting for hornets in Asia, or rather in parts of Asia, particularly away from the sea where protein may not be so easily accessible. Typically the way it would be done is that someone would put bait out to try and trap the hornet. This could be a live insect that is just sort of pinned down to a stick. With the idea of if the hornet's actively foraging an area, they will be attracted by this, and somebody is patiently waiting there to attach either a thread or a sort of silk streamer to the hornet to make it more visible as it flies away, with the idea of then being able to follow the hornet more easily. This might have to be repeated a few times until the nest is located. That sort of approach is what's being used to some extent in Europe. So in France, Spain, and the Channel Islands, they have people have attached sort of streamers to them. But the general idea is that you mark a hornet, that you try and see what vanishing direction it flies to, and potentially even time its time away so that you can get an idea of distance. And this has been used effectively in Mallorca. So on Mallorca, it was wildlife rangers who had responsibility for trying to find the nests. They would use fish bait that would be hung up in a tree, hopefully a tree where there was sort of lots of open space around, so you can see the hornets flying away from that location. The hornet would be attracted by the smell, would take a chunk of meat away and want to return this to the nest. And it's then a case of taking a compass bearing of the direction it flies to. The wildlife rangers in Mallorca are actually very experienced in tracking a whole range of wildlife. They typically deal with migratory birds passing over the island, and therefore very experienced in following sort of flying animals as they sort of move through the sky. So for them, they probably had a little bit of an advantage in terms of following the hornets through binoculars as well. On Jersey, the same sort of approach is used. Here, the hornets are attracted in using a sugar-rich bait. So tissue would be soaked into what often was sotera or trapit to attract the hornets in. The hornets would be marked, their visits would be timed, and vanishing directions noted. And then the bait stations would often be moved along a vanishing direction, bringing you ever closer to where the nest might be. The hornets would find the bait station, the relocated bait stations, and you would again take sort of vanishing directions and timings from these. And ultimately, it would allow you to sort of narrow in into onto the search area or the likely area where the nest was located, and be able to triangulate from different locations onto that particular point. Nigel Semmence described this also for the UK. In Galicia, a similar sort of method is being used. There they prefer to use protein, which could be either be bits of chicken, fish, shellfish. And in a similar way, the hornets are caught, they're marked, but they often then returned back onto the protein bait, allowing the hornets to take a parcel of meat and then carry it back to the nest. And from sort of timings of that hornet returning back to the bait station, flying back out to the nest, you get a sense of distance, you get repeat sort of ideas of the direction that the nest is, allowing you to already sort of from one bait station already make a very rough estimate of the potential location of the nest. This would allow you to then set up another bait station that would be closer to that location, maybe off to the side, allowing you to get another angle to home in on a potential nest area. You may need a third bait station or more, depending on the difficulty of the location. But eventually you are triangulating in on the most likely area to search to find the nest. And the same approach has been used very effectively by the MBU. So they have used both sugar-rich baits as well as protein baits, and on different occasions. And as Nigel described, have become very efficient at locating nests via this method. Right at the very start of when Asian hornets first arrived in the UK in 2016, we were actually approached by DEFRA to explore whether technology might actually help in terms of the efficiency of locating Asian hornet nests. And this led to a publication that came out in 2018, where in essence we described the front runner from the various technologies we looked at, which was radio telemetry. Now, radio telemetry is something that has been used for well over 50 years. It's typically used and proven its use in wildlife tracking. So we have off-the-shelf, ready-to-use equipment, which is obviously a great start rather than developing something necessarily bespoke. And we also know that this can be used to not only track individuals, but by tracking those individuals, even being able to follow social groups. So whether that's wild dog packs or whether that's lion prides, ultimately you could follow a social group around via this method. So the challenge with, obviously, with hornets or any sort of insect is that the size of the radio tags that you can use. But this is where there have been advancements in the technology. So the size of tags has been reduced. So now we are often dealing with tags that are less than 0.3 grams in weight, and actually quite small, just sort of a few millimeters in size, well, possibly up to a centimeter in length, with a sort of attached aerial to this as well. Being small in size, obviously it's small weight, it does limit the size of battery that you can use with them. So the battery life on these tags is typically sort of lasts for a few days to maybe a few weeks, depending on the type of tag that you're actually using. Detection ranges are approximately 1 kilometer, sort of in open environment, which is very usable, seeing as we know from other studies that a lot of the foraging by Asian hornets happens within 1 kilometer of the nest, and in fact sort of a large proportion of it even within 500 meters of the nest. The operation of telemetry equipment is relatively straightforward, does need a little bit of training to be able to learn to interpret the signals that you're receiving, but with a little bit of practice you can use these, most people can use these techniques. And vegetation has relatively minimal impact, as you would have seen from the previous slide. This can radio telemetry has been used in open landscapes as well as in sort of jungle forests. So it's very versatile. There are costs obviously associated with radio telemetry. So you'd typically have a one-time cost of purchasing your receiver and antenna. But probably more critical for a lot of people is the price tag for the radio tags, which is currently sort of around £145 for one of these tags, which seeing as they have got a limited life span is a potential issue. What we have got better at is actually being able to reuse radio tags, so that if we find a nest relatively quickly, we can basically disable the radio tag, save the battery, and then be able to reuse it on another occasion. So this is an example of me following a hornet. This was actually the very first hornet that we successfully followed to find a nest back in 2017. We were working at the INRA Bordeaux research facility. They had an apiary. So if you look on the left-hand side, you will see there's a yellow dot with an arrow, which is actually the apiary. And this is where the hornet was released. It flew in that sort of south easterly direction from the apiary. Unfortunately, we weren't able to follow that hornet directly because there was a 6-meter perimeter wall around this research facility. So we had to go via the road, whiz around to where the residential area was on the other side of the wall, and then try to pick up the signal again. But this actually illustrates also a really good point. You don't need to follow the hornet directly. You could choose your path and then reacquire the signal and then decide in which direction to go based on where that signal is coming from. And on this occasion, we followed the road along until we were picking up signal a little bit further. In this particular location, we were slightly confusing signals because we're working in an urban area. You do get some signal bounce off buildings. So we were getting signal from opposite directions, but it's just the case of then relocating yourself to a better location where there's a clearer signal. And this sort of led us to move further eastwards. slightly upwards from there, only to find that the Hornet had been stationary but now had relocated again. So we continued following downwards in a southerly direction until it eventually led us to the nest location. This was approximately, it was over 500 meters from the apiary where we released the Hornet. Again, sort of feeding into the information of what we know in terms of their foraging range. But it's also a very good example of how radiotelemetry helps to for you to find a nest relatively quickly. We found this nest within 45 minutes of the release of the Hornet. Typically, I would say that that was a good example. Sometimes we were working maybe 2 to 3 hours after the Hornet has been released before we locate a nest. Obviously, we don't find a nest on every single occasion, but we are able to return a following day to try again and potentially try with a different Hornet. But we have good success, over 60% of the Hornets we have released have resulted in us finding a nest. Here's some other examples. So the picture on the left is on Jersey, where the Hornet was released near the sort of top of the coast, near the footpath. The Hornet dropped down, flew sort of a mixture of brambles and bracken, etc., dropped right down and this basically disappeared from view. And it was a case of us then following. So the yellow line indicates the likely path of the Hornet, or actually sort of a fairly straight line that the Hornet is likely to have taken to the nest. The blue line shows then how Alistair and myself moved along the paths available to us to be able to follow the Hornet as best we could until we eventually tracked her down at the nest. So we were receiving the signal when the Hornet had reached the nest. The same on the right. This is an example from Galicia, where I was working with Sandra Rojas. And here there was a relatively large apiary that was being plagued by sort of easily 100 Hornets per day across the whole apiary, that is. And we caught a number of Hornets, chose the best one that we thought we would track on this occasion, a relatively large Hornet, released it. And then the blue line again shows the path that we took as we then try to sort of follow the Hornet as best we could, using what paths were available to us. So crossing a road, going up into a eucalyptus forest, going sort of beyond where we maybe should have gone, but that was partly also due to there being a canyon that we couldn't quite bypass and had to find a route sort of around until eventually we found the nest high up in a conifer within the middle of this eucalyptus forest. This is a sort of very fortunate photograph. This was taken in the New Forest. It's fortunate in as much that I was actually able to capture our tagged Hornet in flight, carrying the radio tag. So the nest wasn't as obvious as this when we were searching for it. This was after the tree surgeons had climbed up in preparation for the nest being treated. They'd already removed some of the branches around it, and in the process of doing so, disturbed the Hornet, so she flew off the nest. But here she's returning back onto the nest, and I've actually also took photographs of her then being on the nest integument as such. And obviously, you would have heard, no doubt, it was in the press about the murder hornet, Vespa mandarinia, sort of being in British Columbia and in Washington State. So I got in touch at the start of last year with the Washington State Department of Agriculture, and so basically discussed similarities between what they would be dealing with and obviously the situation with the Asian hornet in Europe. yeah, in essence, sort of just offered sort of whatever advice I was able to provide them. So the first sightings were in December 2019. These are the first confirmed sightings, but it's actually subsequently transpired that the Hornets had already been seen in October, but the reports hadn't been submitted. So amongst those, also the beekeeper who actually discovered his bees had been killed by Hornets, only discovering the dead bees afterwards, but the evidence was very clear that this would have been Vespa mandarinia. So queens were then found in May, June 2020, which confirmed successful overwintering, because obviously the initial thought was, would they overwinter? And clearly they could. And then also workers were being trapped in September, showing that the queens had been able to sort of found their nests. One of the difficulties that they instigated a very effective trapping system. They got there was a big citizen science campaign, getting lots of people to put traps out. But these were largely kill traps, such that although they were getting reports of where the hornets were being caught, unfortunately, it didn't give them material to be able to track a hornet, to potentially find the nest. So this, in September, then they introduced their track not whack campaign with the idea of trying to catch live hornets rather than killing them on site. So that happened in September. Washington State Department of Agriculture had an arrangement with the University of Washington where they were developing Bluetooth devices to potentially track insects. So they were exploring these first, but I may have potentially sort of missed an early opportunity, but soon realized that the Bluetooth devices just didn't have the range that they would need to be able to follow the hornets to their nest. So sort of following possibly on the recommendation that I'd given them earlier, switched to radio telemetry. So on the 22nd of October, they attached a radio tag onto their first hornet, and they found the nest later on that day, sort of just 200 meters away from where it had been released. So that obviously led to the nest being found very unusually in a tree some distance off the ground. Vespa mandarinia would normally nest underground or possibly near ground level, but this was I think it was sort of about 6-7 foot off the ground and they were accessing a cavity via a crack in the tree. The image on the bottom right is showing you where they then actually felled that tree, cut the section with the nest in, took it into a cold room to then split it open to reveal the nest and be able to sort of collect various data from that nest. So we have got ongoing work sort of amongst our projects, both the Interreg and the BBSRC project. And in particular, we are interested in exploring some new radio tags that the suppliers made us aware of at the start of last year. We were hoping to test these sort of fully already last year, but unfortunately COVID intervened. But these are one of the very interesting aspects about these tags is that their weight is about half the weight of the radio tags that we would normally use. So giving us the opportunity to track hornets that are sort of a lot smaller than we would otherwise be able to track. So actually here, just an example of one of these radio tags on an Asian giant hornet. The image on the bottom right is showing you the Asian hornet with the radio tag on there, just for size comparison. And obviously I mentioned that we are developing training materials. So we've got a detailed manual. We're sort of finalizing a step-by-step guide. And we started sort of putting together some draft training videos. And we've already been able to share these with various interested authorities. Obviously AFA National Bee Unit have been introduced into our radio telemetry, and that very much part of the DEFRA funded work. So this is something that they have got in their back pocket should they require it. But states of Jersey, states of Guernsey are also using radio telemetry, exploring it more. But also Switzerland, they have used radio telemetry to find their first nests. Hamburg, the 4 nests that they found in 2020 are on the basis of using radio telemetry. ITSAP and ADAPI in France have received training from us and have found their sort of first nests. And similarly, in Belgium, in Flanders, the group there are exploring radio telemetry, and obviously Washington State Department of Agriculture. I shouldn't forget to mention here that obviously in the UK, releasing and tracking an invasive alien species is reserved for authorized agencies only. So this image, just to quickly remind me that I'm changing tack a little bit. So moving on to the diet of Asian hornets. So we know in its native range that that it feeds on honeybees, but we know relatively little about the breadth of the diet. There's sort of anecdotal reports if you really sort of search through the literature, sort of them feeding on bumblebees, social wasp flies, dragonflies, spiders, and collecting sort of carrion or going to sort of flesh, etc., to find for protein. In Europe, we also know that they predate honeybees, but we still have that lack of information really of what their impact is on wider biodiversity. As was mentioned earlier in the day, sort of estimates of the impact in terms of honeybee colony losses sort of range between 5 to 80%, where that loss isn't just necessarily a sort of complete loss, but it also includes the weakening of colonies beyond point of viability. So this, and this largely from those areas where the hornets are already well established, so there are some sort of reasonable nest densities present there. There was work done by the French Natural History Museum, sort of around 2009. It was published also in 2011. And this, in essence, they were catching hornets as they were returning to their nest, carrying these prey pellets, removing the prey pellets off them, and then sort of microscopically dissecting them to find recognizable body parts that could give them a clue to the insects involved. So with the photographs on the right, you've got an Asian hornet feeding on a hoverfly. It carries the prey pellet back to the nests, and ultimately what you're doing is you teasing that prey pellet apart to try and see what you can find. So actually the image on the bottom of those sets of 3 is a hoverfly as it would be macerated by an Asian hornet. Having identified those insects, they've actually discovered not only the groupings of insects that the hornets feed on, and it differs from location to location. But typically sort of around 1/3 of the prey returned would be bees, but equally there would be wasps and flies and other insects within this. But they also found that 1/3 of the prey that they had collected, they could not identify. They'd just either been too macerated, or maybe there were soft body tissues that really didn't have any sort of skeletal parts that were recognizable. That 1/3 isn't represented in the pie charts that are above there. And it's typically sort of assumed that, well, they'd be equally, all the different groups would be equally represented within that sort of unidentified section, and therefore not alter the proportions. But actually, if we look at an earlier study, which was done with a wasp that we're more familiar with, so this is the German wasp or European wasp, Vespula germanica. This is invasive in certain parts of the world. Here in this particular paper, this was in southern Australia, where there was concern that or what its impact might be in terms of replacing the existing sort of insect predator. So up until before the point of the arrival of the European wasp here, the predominant wasp in the region was Polistes humilis. There was concern as to whether there was maybe some sort of niche overlap in terms of whether they were going for the same types of prey and would there be consequences for the predator. So could this lead to some level of sort of competition for resources, reduction in fecundity, affecting the survivorship or population growth of the native species, and thereby also actually change the insect community? I mean, if you've got a new predator coming in that has maybe got different efficiencies and hunting for certain prey over others from the native one, it could actually change the structure of the local insect community. So they did very similar work to sort of what the French Natural History Museum did in terms of collecting prey pellets of returning foragers. And here they found that actually quite a large proportion were flies that were caught, but there were also Hymenoptera, Lepidoptera, wasps and moths and butterflies and spiders. But again, they found a third of the prey pellets couldn't be identified to any particular order as such, any particular taxonomic group. But here they actually used molecular techniques. So they took this third and then looked for whether there was any recognizable DNA within those samples that would basically allow you to identify the sort of likely sort of candidate for insect it might have been. It was that prey pellet. Oops, going the wrong way. So the results from that actually showed that the assumption made before that all groups are equally represented in this unidentified grouping was actually not true. There were certain groups that were sort of more prominent than others. So you can sort of particularly see that flies and the moths and butterflies and the spiders were made up of, had a greater sort of pie section than the others. So the consequence of that, when you put it all together, is that obviously some of the proportions change. So flies now make up about half of the food these wasps are catching. But also we noticed that they're catching a greater proportion of moths and flies than we thought, but actually a smaller proportion of bees and wasps. So one obviously has to be careful in terms of what assumptions one makes about unidentified sort of remains as such. And similar work was also done in Hawaii, where another invasive species, which this one has come in from USA, arrived in the 1980s. This is Vespula pennsylvanica. So there was concern that this particular species seemed to be showing huge trait plasticity since its introduction. And basically, a main concern was that in the USA, a usually very small percentage of them might turn out to be perennial. They're typically an annual sort of species, where it's again sort of queens, as we're familiar, sort of overwintering, but the rest all dying. But here, these perennial colonies are actually able to grow because they don't actually decline at the end of the year. They carry on into the next year. So they had examples of nests growing up to 600,000 individuals, and obviously they're potentially having a big impact. So again, they used molecular techniques and worked out what prey the species was feeding on. They identified that it was feeding on both introduced and native species, but often that there were small inconspicuous prey items that could easily be underestimated by the sort of microscopic techniques. Another interesting thing was that they actually did an experiment where they removed colonies from certain areas and compared them with control areas. And here they were able to show that spiders and caterpillars actually made remarkable recoveries once a colony had been removed, demonstrating the impact that these wasps were having on the native insect fauna. So going back to Asian hornets, when obviously we've heard more recently, there's the Rome et al. 2021 paper, it's just come out recently. And here this is the French Natural History Group actually using molecular techniques to reanalyze the prey pellets that they collected in 2008 to 2010. So now this paper deals with using a combination of microscopic and molecular approaches. They were able to identify 50 taxonomic families, 159 species, really showing just how opportunistic this predator is, in that it can pretty much accept most insects as sort of food. Honeybees obviously still make up quite a chunk, so just over a third of the prey caught were honeybees, APD. Then we also have wasps, and then there's also quite a large chunk of of flies, where there'll be blowflies, houseflies, hoverflies, flesh flies, just a diversity of flies. So it's obviously a very interesting study, but I guess there's maybe one or two points to consider. And that's actually when you look at the data in terms of the prey pellets that were collected, they didn't always have opportunity to return back to a nest over and over again. Whereas a few nests, they were able to do so, which basically meant that actually over 80% of the prey pellets that they analyzed came from just 4 nests that were within about 20 kilometers from one another. So in some ways, it's a sort of a localized study that we just need to interpret, knowing that that is the case. And it's also interesting then, if you look at what the habitat was like around those nests. So this figure here shows you the proportions of different urban, farmland, woodland, and water bodies around each of the different nests. And one thing that sort of strikes you from this figure is that they are very similar in that farmland and woodland was the sort of dominant habitat around the majority of these nests. So this is where we are actually sort of quite excited in terms of being able to contribute to this. My colleague, Juliette Poidat, who's come over from France to join us at the University of Exeter, she is working on the BBSRC project. And as part of this, we are planning to do sort of diet analysis from Asian hornet nests. We have, through the kind help of colleagues in France and Channel Islands, particularly sort of with COVID, we had difficulty in going to collect as many nests as we had hoped to, but thankfully others has helped us out. So we have over 40 nests that was sampled last year, mainly from the Aquitaine area around Bordeaux, but also from the Channel Islands of Jersey. And if you look at the similar sort of figures at the bottom of this picture, you will see that we've got much greater diversity of habitats around these nests. So we're looking forward to the analysis that will start this year. This is being led by Professor Charles Tyler at our main campus in Exeter. Oh yes, and the open circle there is just showing where the Dordogne area is, where the Rome samples came from, Rome et al. Samples came from. And obviously leading on to our collaboration with Sandra Rojas. So we are looking at pollinator behavior and how this is affected by Asian hornets, particularly on floral resources. So how behavior of flower visitors is affected by the Asian hornet. There's a lot of video analysis that is being done, detailed recordings of visitation to flower patches by different insects in areas of both high and low Asian hornet activity. So there's various data being collected, and Juliette has been spending many, many hours trawling sort of through these videos, using, analyzing the videos with Boris. That's not our Prime Minister, but that is a software package that allows you to capture detailed observations. And obviously this will lead into our modeling work. So we're hoping to take the data that comes out of these various studies, feed them into Behave and Bumble Behave, which allow us to simulate the sort of development of colonies and also the foraging behavior of the members of those colonies under sort of the influence of different stresses. And here, this is where Asian hornets would come into this, and hopefully allowing us to make predictions on what their effects would be on managed and wild bees. And obviously, as part of the Atlantic Positive project, we are working on developing strategies, so reviewing sort of existing strategies, looking at common approaches, identifying best practices, and then hopefully sort of working towards developing transnational strategic plan that can be utilized in the Atlantic area and sort of the neighboring European areas as well. So I'd quickly just like to finish there just by thanking the various other partners, obviously, of the Atlantic Positive project, but particularly University of Vigo, the project partners in our BBSSC funded project, and my colleagues, so Juliette Osborne, Charles Tyler, Juliette Poidatz, and in France, Denis Thierry and Corinne Monsieur. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Peter. There's just a few, well, there's a lot of questions, but we're not going to get through them all now, but hopefully we can do it at 4:15.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just take a few now and we'll finish at 20 past as scheduled.
Okay.
So the first question I've got is, any signs of the cost of the transmitters dropping significantly?
Well, it's a question I have been asking of the suppliers, but unfortunately at the moment that doesn't seem to be the case. But it will come down to sort of the processes used in making them. The numbers required will obviously influence the investment in these processes. At the moment, the reason why the radio tags are still quite expensive as such is that they have to be largely handmade. So once that can obviously be more automated, that gives a lot more opportunity to increase volumes of production and then also reduce the costs. But I guess in terms of the costs, it's like Sandra was saying earlier, there's opportunity to invest to make yourself huge savings compared to what potentially you might be dealing with once the situation gets out of control. But obviously there's a multitude of tools in your toolbox to deal with this. Obviously there's cheaper methods that can be used, but radio telemetry does offer solutions in more complex situations.
Lovely. This is an observation from Jersey, I think, and they're just saying spring trapping done properly works. One of our Jersey volunteers caught 4 successive queens in the same modified trap with escape holes, and by monitoring the trap daily with no bycatch.
Yeah.
Got any comment on that?
No, I mean, I think I was trying to be a little bit too brief in my my description of things. So the issue with spring trapping is bycatch, but if you can avoid the bycatch by not using a killing trap and being able to monitor to release regularly, then obviously that negative side of spring trapping you have avoided. There's still the question, as Steve Martin mentioned, that you can remove an awful lot of spring queens and not actually change the population that much. So we've seen this in areas of France where they have used spring trapping, where you're still getting sort of large numbers of secondary nests found despite the spring trapping. So it's not a solution in itself, but it's not to say that there isn't some element that it does help.
Okay. Next question is, how do hornets communicate with other hornets, re sources of forage?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. So I think Steve Martin touched on this earlier. So they don't communicate in the same way that honeybees do in terms of providing information where forage is. There is a suggestion from other vespids or other wasps that there may be some following. So obviously they share food in the nest, and it may be that a forager sort of goes out having had an interesting meal, or meal that reminded it of a location where it had found food previously, and therefore goes to that location. Either it knows or it follows another hornet. But to be honest, we don't really know.
Okay, this is going to be the last question.
Yep.
And it's, can you not use ranging from the tag? I don't know what that means, ranging from the tag. I think that's what they're trying to get at.
Yeah, I'm not sure I quite understand the question.
Yeah, so can you use ranging from the tag, I think is the question.
Yeah.
Shall I move on?
I'm still not quite sure. Might need to be rephrased a little bit in
Yeah.
and then taken up in the panel session.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure they'll come back to us. So we'll squeeze one last question in. How do you attach the radio transmitter to the Hornet? Something so small would be difficult to handle with gloves on, and the Hornets would be nasty to handle.
So we anesthetize the Hornets when we are attaching the tags. We have attached tags onto the backs of Hornets, which we can do reasonably safely just by holding them in a sort of queen cage, etc. But the reality is that the weight of the tag, at least the weights of the tags we were using before, meant that they were top heavy and couldn't fly very good. We now have to attach them underneath, which puts you in close proximity of the stinger, and therefore we cold anesthetize them. In Galicia, they also working on the radio telemetry technique with us, and they are sort of exploring alternative ways of attaching the tag or anesthetizing the Hornet. So they've also been exploring with carbon dioxide, but you sort of need to get the dose right. Obviously, otherwise, A, the Hornet wakes up too quick, or B, it actually sort of feels sick after the anesthesia.
Oh, wow.
But in Galicia, they've had some success with the CO2.
Okay, that's a very interesting answer. Thanks for that, Peter. That's the last one. Thank you for your talk. We'll see you again at 4:15. For everybody else, we're going to have 10 minutes now, another break, and we'll be back at 3:30. So thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh.
Why does that not?
It's on my screen. It's on my screen.
Oh, good.
I was going to say it was there already.
Right, I have got to see.
Welcome to all of you. Glad you've come back to join us after your tea again. I hope you're appreciating these short breaks so that we don't get our eyes too strained on the screens. Absolutely delighted to be able to welcome Dr. Eric Darrouzet from the University of Tours in Faculté de Sciences.
Hello, thank you very much.
Sorry, my pronunciation is terrible, Eric, so you'll have to just bear with that. Just to say, you're a scientist, a teacher, and you've been working on social insects and invasive species, and we're going to hear about research on Asian hornets within the Institute of Recherche in, you can tell us what you're doing, where it is, much better than I can pronounce it. I apologize for that very much, but we're very pleased and we're very, very much glad you've got back to your holiday to join us. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. So maybe I can share my screen?
Yeah.
I can?
Yes, you are sharing, Eric. So you've got the power to move things around. Yes, it's working. Beautiful.
It's okay for you? You can see the screen?
Yes, you just need to make it a presentation, that's all.
Go to slideshow.
Go to your slideshow.
Oh, the sound is not good.
At the top.
Usually, well, it depends for you, but you can do it at the top or the bottom. There you go.
So like this is okay for you or not?
Yeah, that's fine, Eric. Lovely.
Okay, I can begin?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So, yes, of course, my name is Eric Darrouzet. I am a teacher and scientist in the University of Tours. Tours is it's not a big city, it's a small city in France, in the center of France, in south of Paris. And since maybe, it's terrible to say this, but I'm working on this Asian hornet since several years. I think I began in 2008 to begin to work a little on this species, and since maybe 12 years, about 12 years, I focus my studies on this insect, and all the research I perform in my lab is about this invasive hornet. So as you asked me, I will show you some example of studies we perform in my lab. In fact, we work on two axes. The first one is about biology and ecology of the species. And the second one concerns different type of controls we can perform to try to fight these invasive species. So it's difficult to show you everything we perform in my lab. As you can see, for the first axis, for example, we work on different questions about how we can make a differentiation between females, workers, queen, genes, fungus, etc. We work a little about beekeepers' activities, how those activities could be modified by the hornet in predation activities. We work about parasitism, viruses, chemical communications also in this species with pheromone, chemical signature. We analyze also the nest structure of this insect. We work about the inbreeding situation. We modelize also the expansion of this species in France and Europe. We analyze different things also about flying activities, the composition of the venom of the insect, etc., etc. So different questions, scientific questions. And I just will show you some maybe 2 or 3 examples. And the second part is about the control we can perform to try to control this species. So we work on the development, for example, of selective traps, about also the use of repulsive compound to try to protect hives, and how we can control the colony. We can destroy the nest and the colony, of course, but without pesticide. So for the different scientific questions, we write 17 scientific articles about the first axis, and at the present time, 2 scientific articles about the second one, about the controls. So all my research is performed in different scientific projects. So we had 6 local projects. The fund was obtained from my region or other region in France. We work also in 3 international projects with Spain and China, and 2 projects with different companies. You can imagine with companies, it's just for the second axis, is to work on the controls. So I will show you some example of scientific result we obtained in my lab. The first one concerns the inbreeding situation of the species. So if to summarize a little, you know what is the biological cycle of an Hymenopteran species, and this Hornet, this is more or less the same. We have 4 parts in this biological cycle. The first one in between January and April, you have the sleeping of insect. So just the future, not only the future, but the genes, the reproductive females, they are the only female who can sleep during the winter. And after April, I said April, but it depends from the weather, it depends from the location, geographic locations. So for example, in France, in the south part of France, now we observe some genes who are not sleeping, and they try to go in the field and to try to maybe collect food before to build the first part of the nest. So it depends from the situation and the weather. Well, the first part is sleeping of only this type of females. After, from April to May, we have the foundation step, where the foundress can build the small nest like a ping pong ball. And after May, you have the third part. This is the increase of the colonies with the number of insects, and particularly from workers. So you have an increase of the nest and an increase of the population. And from September, you have the last part of the biological cycle. This is the reproduction part, where colonies produce males from September and genes, reproductive females, future queen maybe, from the beginning of October, more or less. So this is the biological cycle of several different species of Hymenoptera in Europe, for example. So to summarize, you have this. You have in pink females every time, the queen, the workers, and from October you have the genes, future queens, and just males from September to November. This is the classical biological cycle, but this cycle is totally wrong, in fact, because we observed 7 years ago that males could be present in colonies every time, from the foundation of the colonies to the end, until to December. And when we analyze, there's strange male, because the reproductive period is just from September, not before. So it's very surprising to have males every time. So we analyze these particular males before September, and we demonstrated that these particular males are diploid males. So how we can explain this? Because you know, if you work with honeybees, that we have an haplodiploid reproductive system where females are diploid and males haploid. So it's very strange to have diploid males. But these problems could be linked to the inbreeding situation. For example, it's not my team who produced that result, but some colleagues from Paris. And they demonstrated in 6 years ago that we have a genetic bottleneck, because very few insects were introduced in France, or in Europe, if you prefer. For example, in China and Korea, we have different haplotype of insects, so certain genetic diversity. And the population in France the genetic diversity is very small. We have just one haplotype. So we have a genetic bottleneck. It's classical with invasive species. But thanks to this situation, this genetic bottleneck, we can imagine that we have an inbreeding situation. And this is the case. So to explain why we have the diploid males is very simple. You have females, females here, the queen. You have a male, diploid females, haploid males. So for each gene, we have just two copies of the gene in females because you have two chromosomes, and just one in males. We have a particular gene, CSD gene. This gene is used to give the morphology of the insect, to give the female morphology or the male morphology. When we have two copies of the gene, the individual is a female and possesses female morphology. If we have just one copy of the gene, we have the male morphology. So when the female can mate with a male, the female produces one egg, an haploid egg, and the male produces one spermatozoid, and haploid spermatozoid. And the mix of the egg and the sperm, you obtain a diploid individual. So two copies of the genes, and you give a female. If the female lay an egg without fertilization by a spermatozoid, so you have an haploid individual, so just one copy of the gene, of the CSD gene, and you have a male. But if we have a very small genetic diversity, it's possible that the genetic sequence of the gene could be the same between the male in yellow and a part of the female in yellow. And if the female produces an egg with this copy of the gene, the yellow gene, and the egg is fertilized by the sperm from the male with the same sequence of the gene, the CSD gene, we obtain a diploid individual, but just one sequence of the gene. Two genes, but with the same sequence. So for the gene, it's like if there is just one copy. So we have a diploid individual, but the gene developed the individual in a male, and we will obtain a diploid male. This is the consequence of the inbreeding situation. And in Vespa velutina, this is the case in France and Europe. We can obtain diploid males every time. So in fact, it's just an error from the queen. The queen wants to produce a worker or a gene, so a diploid female, but thanks to this small genetic diversity, she will produce diploid males. So what are the consequences for the species and colonies? We have these diploid males, and we can imagine two consequences. The first one is concern the colony fitness, because the colony can produce diploid males in place of workers. And these males, normally, they don't work. They just want to copulate with genes. So we can imagine that the workers can spend a lot of time to feed this male, and they can maybe decrease the feeding of larvae, for example. So we can imagine that for the colony fitness, it could be a big impact, and we can maybe obtain smaller colonies with less workers, for example. It's just an hypothesis because we don't analyze this point at the present time. The second consequence concerns reproduction, because these diploid males can produce diploid sperm. And if these diploid males can mate with the gene will produce after triploid offsprings. And we observe triploid offspring in the field, but very few. So we are analyzing this point, this reproductive problem at the present time. I have a student who analyze this question at the present time. But we imagine that the female, the gene, can discriminate easily between haploid and diploid males. And maybe we can obtain several diploid males in the field, but the genes, the positive females, if you prefer, can select haploid males to mate. And the consequences of the inbreeding could be very limited, in fact. But it's just an hypothesis. Another example I wanted to show you about our scientific result concerned chemical communications. The first point we analyze in chemical communication concerned the chemical signature of insects. So I speak about cuticle hydrocarbons. Cuticle hydrocarbons are alkane and alkanes, some compounds, maybe 100 compounds, which are located on the surface of the insect. And these compounds have two functions. The first one is to protect the insect against desiccation, so the loss of water. And the second one, which is more important for me because this is my focus in science, these cuticle hydrocarbons are used by insects for intra and interspecific recognitions between individuals. So in fact, insects possess a particular chemical signature with these compounds, which is specific of the species, specific of the gender, of the sex of insect. But in eusocial insect, this chemical signature is specific from the colony, and inside the colony, all castes possess a specific chemical signature. So the question we had, we demonstrated that we are in an inbreeding situation, so very small genetic diversity. And what is the case for the chemical signature? Is it possible to have a chemical signature variable, like we can observe in the field for every local species, or very small diversity about the chemical signature? We wanted to analyze this point. So a few years ago, we analyzed the chemical signature. So we identify all the compounds. We identify more or less 95 compounds on the surface of the insect. So I speak about alkane, just carbon and hydrogen, and alkane. It's classical. There is no big difference with other insects we analyzed in the past. We have just some compounds that are very different, but different in the number of carbons in the compound. But after we analyze this chemical signature for all the caste and sex, so males, workers, genes, and compare between colonies. So you have an example here where we analyze males, workers, and genes between two colonies, a black colony and a red colony. And with this statistical analysis, you can imagine that all points correspond to one individual. And in this graph, when two individuals have a chemical signature very similar, both points are very, are very closer. And when the individual have a chemical signature very different, the distance between both points increase and increase. So here you can see easily that the colony in one black and the colony two in red, we have a good separation between individuals for males, workers, and genes. It was very strange because we have inbreeding situation, so a very small genetic diversity, but we have chemical signature very different between colonies and between sex and between caste. It was very interesting, but we don't know why. It could be linked to the food, it could be linked to the microbiota, for example. So we have different hypotheses, but we observe that in this invasive species, insects still possess a chemical diversity. And if we analyze other invasive species, for example, in ants, in termites, this is not the case. The chemical difference between colonies is very small. But in Vespa lutina, this invasive hornet species, the chemical difference is very important. It's very surprising. But now we use these tools about the chemical signature to try to respond to different questions. For example, one question we analyzed maybe 2 years ago concerned how many colonies of hornet can predate in the same apiary and in front of the same hive, for example. And to try to respond to this question, we collected a certain number of hornet in predative activity in front of different hives, and we analyzed the genetic of these workers and also the chemical signature. And you have an example here where we collected maybe, I don't know, more than 10 individuals in front of one hive, and we can obtain 2 groups of workers. So maybe workers from 2 different colonies. So we know now that according to our genetic analysis and chemical analysis, that several colonies can predate in front of the same hive. There is a competition between hornets. So I think it could be normal, because if you take a look in the field where you can, maybe not in England at the present time, I hope for you, but in France it is the case. In a line of 1 kilometer, we can find sometimes 3 or 4 different colonies. So of course, if you have just 100 meters between both colonies, you can imagine that the workers from these colonies can predate in the same area. So there is a competition maybe. Another example I wanted to show you concerns multitrophic interactions. You imagine that when we analyze invasive species, when the species arrive in a new area, in a new country, for example, this species arrive with a very small number of individuals. For example, for Vespa velutina, we imagine, according to genetic analysis performed in France, that only 1 queen arrived several years ago, or maybe 1 queen or 3 queens. We don't know exactly, in fact, but very few individuals. And when the species arrive in a new area, they arrive without bacteria, without viruses, without parasite, without predators, of course. So they have only to reproduce. And they use their energy only to reproduce a lot. And there is no interaction, there is no competition with different species, which could negatively impact the invasive species. And probably it was the case for Vespa velutina, the Asian hornet. But after several years, the species in a new area can interact with local species. So they can interact with prey, like honeybees. I suppose you know the big problem that beekeepers have in Europe. There is an interaction prey and predator, and the hornet is a predator, but sometimes it could be the inverse. The hornet could be the prey of other species. And for example, we demonstrated 6 years ago that the hornet could be the prey of a parasitoid fly. And this fly is an European species. The name is Conops vesicularis. And this parasitoid fly can lay an egg directly on the queen of the hornet queen in spring. And this is an endoparasitoid fly, and the egg is inside the abdomen of the queen. The egg can give a larva after maybe 1 or 2 days. And the larva is like the film Alien, if you know this type of film, of science fiction film. It's like Alien, because the fly larvae can eat the organs of the queen. And we observe, in fact, we analyze different foundation colonies in spring, and a lot of them disappear according to the time because the queen go away or the queen is dead. But there are several explanations to explain why the colony stopped. We had only 2 colonies which developed, but in 2 dead colonies, we were very lucky because we observe and catch the dead queen in just at the entrance of the small nest. And when I open both queens, in both, I observe in the abdomen of the queen a black mass for one and a white mass for the other queen. I was very surprised. And this black and white mass, in fact, was a pupa and a larva of the same species, which was this Conops vesicularis. So in fact, when a female of the Conops vesicularis lay an egg on the queen, the egg can develop inside the abdomen, and after maybe between 10 or 15 days, can kill the queen, because the mass of the last instar of the larva or the pupa, both masses can use all the volume of the abdomen of the queen. So they eat all the organs. So the queen is dead, of course. And this is the first example where a local species, this small fly, particular fly, can kill the Vespa velutina queens in spring. So, of course, if you kill the queen, you kill the colony. There is no colony. This is the first example which was observed in France. After we observe a second parasite, is a worm from my colleagues from Paris, and we observe in my lab other parasites, but we don't write anything about this question at present time. Second example, I wanted to show you about parasitism concern viruses. I have a scientific program with China with a colleague, a virologist in China, in Beijing, and we analyze predators like wasps and hornets, and in particular Vespa velutina in China, and Vespa velutina in France. The question we had is about honeybee viruses. Is it possible that when particular hornet worker predate in front of a hive and collect honeybees, is it possible that the workers can collect also honeybees viruses and can infect a own colony and after other honeybees colonies? So in fact, we know now that we have a big impact of Vespa velutina on honeybees colonies in Europe, thanks to predation, thanks to the stress of the predation on the honeybees colony, but maybe it was our question, thanks to transfer of viruses, maybe why not? So we analyze in France and in China honeybees, so Apis cerana and Apis mellifera in China, and Apis mellifera in France, and we analyze also the different workers from the Asian hornet. And of course, we observe several viruses from the honeybees in the Vespa velutina, in the hornet. So we have a big diversity of viruses in China, but in France, we observe also there's 2 viruses in Vespa velutina. So maybe this is our work at the present time. We try to analyze this transmission of virus between both species, and is it possible that the hornet could be a vector of honeybees viruses between different honeybees colonies? This is our present question. A last example for the first axis I presented you concern human health problems. Of course, you know that in France we have every year several accidents because people could be in front of a colony of Vespa velutina and could be stung by the hornet. And unfortunately, we have some people who dead because of the venom of the hornet. But we observe in past another question. We know that the sting of the hornet could give a small reaction in the victim. Reaction may be more important. I have a friend here who was stung by a hornet on the face. But sometimes, unfortunately, we can observe also the deaths of people. But we observe also another problem. We give the result this year, no, last year in a scientific medical journal concerned the projection of a particular liquid from the hornet in the eyes. Some people say that this liquid could be the venom. I'm not totally convinced. Sure, there is inside the liquid the venom, but the volume of the liquid is too important to be only the liquid from the venom gland. So I imagine that the liquid that people can receive in eyes when they work on a colony, for example, is a mix between the liquid from the digestive tract and the venom gland. But I remember maybe 10 years ago when beekeepers in France said to me, we received some liquid from the hornet when they try to protect the hive or to destroy a hornet colony. At the beginning, all scientists say, no, it's not possible. We never observed a wasp or a hornet which be able to project a venom on a victim. We have no data in the scientific literature. But after discussion with several beekeepers, or you can imagine every year I will destroy 100 colonies in my region. So according to time, we observe exactly the same phenomenon. It's possible for this species to project a liquid on your face. And this liquid to be, we have some example here, the liquid could be very aggressive for the hive. So now we say in France that every people who have to work on hornet, so to protect honeybee colony and to kill the workers from the hornet, or to try to destroy a colony of hornet, they have to use protective glasses to protect the eyes. It's very important. And we don't know at the present time what is the mechanism to project this liquid. Is voluntary mechanism or not? We don't know. We have no idea. We have no data about this. But we know that it is possible. So be careful with this. So I wanted to show you this, some example about scientific result we had. Now I want to show you the second part of my work concerned the control of the species. So I just show you some example about this. The first example, control number one, is about the destruction of nest. So I think you have exactly the same in England, in France and in Europe. We have exactly different systems to destroy the colony. You can climb in the tree, you can use this, I don't know the word in English, of this system, or this tool to reach the colony at the top of the tree. Or you can use this system to reach the colony and to inject pesticide inside the nest to kill all the insects. It's typical, the tool used in France at the present time. But be careful because sometimes the use of pesticide is very efficient, of course. But sometimes some people can use pesticide, but not exactly with the best method. For example, you have a nest in here, and the guy projects the pesticide, and you have a cloud of pesticide in the trees. You can imagine that the pesticide is used to kill the hornet, but it's a pesticide. So this compound can kill also several types of insects, several species of different insects. So you have to inject the pesticide inside the net, and that's all, not in the trees. Or when you want to remove the nest after the treatment of the colony, for example, you have here an example. It's difficult to collect the entire nest, and during the collection, you can destroy a little the nest and project pesticide everywhere. So it's very problematic at the present time, this use of pesticide. But at the present time, this is the only tool we have to control the species when you can locate the nest, of course. So one part of my work is to try to find another solution to destroy the colony without pesticide, to protect biodiversity and also to protect people. Because you can imagine that the professional guy or girl, lady, who want to destroy the colony, they use a pesticide, but the compound is very dangerous for his or her own health. So if we can remove the pesticide and use something else, it could be very interesting. And we performed a study 2 years ago where we wanted to test the heat, the temperature, to kill the insect. And we use this example of Apisoana in Asia. This species is able to kill the hornet because in the center of the ball of honeybees, you have an hornet, in fact. And the honeybees can kill the hornet with heat because they increase the temperature to reach more than 47 degrees, and they kill the hornet. So we use this system, the temperature, the heat, to try to kill all insects we can have, all hornet we can have inside a colony. So we tested on larvae, on genes, on queen, on males and workers. And we test the different temperature, different way to reach the good temperature with a flash method, or we increase slowly the temperature. We use a temperature, I don't know the word in English, without water, and we use vapor. So the temperature with water. So we analyze all these parameters, and we decide, I have a new project now to try to develop a prototype for the professional to destroy the colonies with vapor. And the idea we have is to kill very quickly the insect and all the insect inside the nest by injecting not a pesticide, but just heat and vapor heat inside the nest. So this is one work we perform at the present time in my team. Second example, I wanted to show you about the second axis of research about controls. This is the use of traps. You know that the use of traps is very difficult at the present time because if you use a trap like this one, for example, or we have several examples of traps, they are not selective. In one trap, for example, after 1 week of work, just 3 Vespa Vutina were collected. Some Vespa Crabo, the open hornet. You have also the honeybees. You have wasps, Lepidoptera, and a big quantity of Diptera insects. Another example here, when I performed this type of experiment, more or less 2,000 different insects and just 50 hornets. And on this 50 hornet, I don't remember, but maybe 3 Vespa Vutina. So all traps are not selective. And if you use this type of traps, you will have a big impact on biodiversity. So the problem of this, well, you have also some traps you can find in different companies also, and they are not selective. And in fact, they are not efficient also because you use only a bait which is composed by food, sugars, or proteins. And it's not really efficient to attract hornets. But sometimes you can attract a lot of hornets because first you attract some insect, they are very stressed and they produce alarm pheromone. You can collect maybe 1 hornet and the hornet is collected inside the trap, the insect is stressed and produce also the alarm pheromone. And we suppose that this stress pheromone can attract other hornets, so predators. So sometimes some traps can collect a lot of hornets, but they are not really efficient to protect apiaries. Not so good. Now we have some selective traps in France. You can see some example on the web, but we have also the same problem. We resolve the first one. We can increase the selectivity. It's very good. I'm very happy with this, but the efficiency is not so good. We have a problem with this. So we try to resolve this problem. We work on different questions. I cannot show you some questions because you can imagine with my collaboration with companies, I cannot show some result, difficult. But I can say you that at the present time, we work on 2 axes. The first one, you can use a trap, whatever the type of trap. And at the entrance of the trap, we want to use here a chemical fighter. And the chemical fighter is the chemical signature of the hornet. The idea is that the bait, food bait, can attract several insects. And when the insect arrive in front of the entrance of the trap, they can enter in contact with the chemical signature of the hornet. So the chemicals, or if you prefer, the odor of the predator, from the predator. And we imagine that the vast majority of insects could go away and they try to don't enter inside the trap because there is maybe a predator inside. So we use and we test this chemical fighter to see if we can develop a system to increase selectivity of trap with this system. And we perform this experiment from 2 years, and we want to test again third year, so this year. The second point we analyze also is, because for me the big problem concerns the bait itself. If you use food as a bait, cannot be so very efficient, because when you have a worker, hornet worker in the field, the worker has a task to do. She has a job to do, and the girl wants to find sometimes food. So if the girl, the worker, look for proteins, if you use as a bait glucid, the trap is not efficient. And the inverse is exactly the same. If you use proteins, like meat, for example, as a bait, if the worker wants to find sugars, the protein's odor is not interesting for the worker. So it's very difficult to attract workers with food bait. For me, the best way is to use a stress pheromone, something which can attract the predator. And we analyze in my lab different pheromones of the hornet. And for example, we analyze the alarm pheromone and the sex pheromone. We are using for this year, for this last year, because we performed some experiment in different years before and now, and want to finish our experiment. We will test the alarm pheromone as a bait. And we imagine that if we discuss with the hornet by using his own language, so the pheromone, we can say to the workers, "Hello girl, come in my system, in my trap." And maybe this alarm pheromone could be more informative and more interesting for the worker to be attracted and to enter inside the trap. And for the other insect, they don't care, because the alarm pheromone is typical for the hornet, but not for the other species. So we try to develop a pheromone bait in base with alarm pheromone. We analyze also the sex pheromone. I had a Chinese student in my lab who analyzed sex pheromone in Vespa velutina in France, and we tested this compound in the field. Or you can imagine the sex pheromone is not interesting all over the year. It's just interesting during the reproductive period. And the sex pheromone is produced only by genes. So this mix of compound is used to attract males to mate. So the goal of the use of sex pheromone bait is just to catch males during the reproductive period. So this trap could be used to fight, to control the species, not to protect an apiary, for example, with the alarm pheromone, because we can catch workers. But if you want to catch only males, you can just try to control the species. And it's efficient. We catch males with this mix in France. We have a scientific paper I have sent to an editor for this. So maybe this is part of my job, is to try to develop these 3 types of chemical system by using the chemical communications of the hornet to try to control the hornet with a chemical fighter, with chemical signature, or with a bait, with an alarm pheromone bait or sex pheromone bait. We hope to have a good result very soon on this. To finish, another point, we want to try to protect the apiary by using a repulsive compound. And this repulsive compound could be a particular compound from the alarm pheromone, just one molecule.
Eric, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Eric. Can you finish in 2 minutes, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And this chemical compound, we have just to use this compound in front of a hive to try to say to the hornet to go out. And the first result we had last year was very interesting. So we want to test again this year, and maybe we can use repulsive compound in the future, and could be a tool you can use to protect your apiaries. So, biological control, I forgot this one. Maybe you know that in France, some people wanted to use carnivorous plants to protect hives. So it was a good idea, but we demonstrated in a study during 2 years that the carnivorous plants is not very interesting. We can collect several insects and honeybees. So it's not a good tool to try to control the hornet. So to conclude, if you want more information from my team about the hornet, we have a book, but in French at the present time. I will try to translate in English in the future if I can. It's a book for everybody, for people, beekeepers and scientists, etc., just to show the hornet, to explain the biology, ecology, and what we can do to control the species and to protect apiaries. You have also a YouTube channel where I try to put different videos about the hornet. The majority of videos are in French language, sorry. But at the present time, I have 2 videos in English. So maybe I will try to develop more and more in English language in the future. And to finish, we have a website in French and in English to give you some information and to explain what we perform in my lab about the hornet. So thank you very much for your attention. You have also the name of different colleagues and students who work with me, because I'm not alone, you can imagine. So I thank all those people, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you. There's a lot of information to take in there. We've got quite a few questions. We don't really have time to answer all of them now, but we'll try and carry them over to the next session for you. One of the shorter questions is here: is the control vapor that you use steam or water?
Sorry, I don't understand.
The control vapor that you use, you mentioned about using vapor in the nest. Is it steam? Is it a water-based steam or?
Yeah.
It is. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Do hornet queens suppress worker reproduction in the same way as honeybee queens do?
The sound is very bad. Sorry?
Sorry. Do hornet queens suppress worker reproduction in the same way as honeybee queens?
I don't understand what your question.
Okay, well, perhaps we can put that up, and it may be easier for you to read later.
Because the position of workers is controlled by the queen. Yes, of course. You have the pheromone queen, which can suppress the development of the genital tract from the workers. Yeah.
Okay. And another quick one is: how many drones does the queen mate with?
Difficult to respond. We imagine maybe, according to some previous results, 3 males, maybe.
Okay. All right.
I think there is a difference between China and France in the species. It could be linked to the inbreeding situation also. It's possible. In China, a queen can mate, I don't remember, between 1 and 3 males maybe. And in France, maybe between 1 and 5 males, probably.
Okay.
So maybe they try to obtain more and more sperm to dilute the bad sperm from a different mate. It could be possible.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. I'll hand you over to Julie for the next session. Thank you.
So Eric, if you can just stay on for the question and answer session that we're going to do now. What we're trying to do here is tie up the questions that haven't been answered from each session across the day, because we haven't had, enough time to do it.
If people have some questions about my work, about the Hornet management, you have my email address. They can write to me. In general, I try to respond.
Okay, that's lovely. But this is the panelist session for the day, where we're inviting all the panelists back for question and answers. So
very short.
So it is short, 15-minute session. So we'll try and get through as many as possible. I'm just going to start with Bob Hogg. He is a leading light in Jersey on Asian hornets. He's part of the Asian Hornet team there, but his knowledge of Asian hornets is vast. And Bob, we've got a few questions from Stephen Martin's session. I don't think Stephen's coming back on, but some of them are quite generic, and hopefully you'll be able to field them. So if I start with you, Bob, I've got a question for you about time from egg to emerging in terms of an Asian hornet.
I have no idea.
No, I'm asking.
I don't know about the time.
Eric, I'm fielding this question to Bob Hogg on Jersey. You're part of a panel now.
I don't hear what you said. Sorry.
So basically, there's a panelist session now. So I'm just posing a question to Bob Hogg on Jersey to answer, not yourself.
It's because you can only see you, can't see everything.
So if I change the view,
That's
so basically, there's a lot of people on the session now, all the panelists from the day.
Still can't see it.
So, so basically, I've just shared everybody's screens. So hopefully you can see everybody. But Bob, can you hear me? Bob, you're on mute. So
I'm sorry, I don't hear what you said, but I can open if you need the text.
Yeah. So Eric, if you could just stay on the line.
Yes, I stay. I
yeah.
you know. Yeah.
That'd be great. So Bob, can you hear me? And can you just you're on mute still. So if you can unmute yourself. You're still on mute, Bob. It showed us muted.
Can't you unmute him?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, lovely. Thanks, Bob.
I'm on the telephone rather than on the computer.
Oh, right, I see. Right. Okay, so Bob, I've got a question for you from Stephen.
Right, I heard the question.
Yeah. So did you hear what I said before about the time of an egg emerging from? Yeah.
So it's it's about the length of time between egg and adult. At the start of the year, it's somewhat longer than it is later on, because the queen is doing all the work. So she's feeding the worker, and therefore it takes a little longer for them to develop. So that could be between 30 and 40 days. When it starts to get more worker fed, then the time in the larval stage is reduced to about 30 days.
Great, thank you, Bob, for that. I've got another question from Stephen's presentation for you, Bob, and then I'll move on to the next presenter. And it's are old nests ever occupied on a continuous basis?
It's not been seen. No, they haven't been seen. This is a temperate to subtropical species, so I don't think that's ever going to occur. Of course, with the wasp species from the more temperate areas, when they get to warmer areas, they can continue for more than 1 year.
Okay, lovely. Thank you for that. We will come back to you, Bob. I'll just go round and round robin. So Andrew Durham, from your presentation earlier, we didn't get to any of the questions. So there's a few for you, Andrew. So just scrolling through, why do you think nests have moved from mainly being found in tops of trees and are now found in France in much wider range of places?
Darwinian evolution.
That's a great answer and very short. Also, I've got another one. You mentioned that Asian hornet has an impact on wine growers. One, can you explain this further and give some idea of its financial impact?
Right, I've got nothing on financial impact. Eric might help you on that, because he's I know he's written an article that mentioned this, but I believe it spoils the grape, but I don't know how important that is to the vine processing industry. However, the real danger is that you've got a hornet on the grape bunch when the pickers are trying to get them off really quickly. So they're having grape pickers being stung.
Right, lovely.
Did Eric want to add to that?
Yes, Eric, do you? Eric, do you want to jump in to that question? Can you hear me, Eric?
I'm not sure he heard it. Okay.
Okay, I'll move on. I'm moving on to Nigel. So Nigel, do you want to unmute yourself? Yeah, lovely. I've got a couple of questions that weren't answered.
I fire one in while you just process that to the number of matings question, because data that's been analysed in the UK and compared to the France case when it's 2 to 4 drones is a lot less in the UK. So for 5 of the 8 nests, it's only been 1 drone. For 2 of the nests, it's been 2 drones, and only 1 of the nest 3 drones. That comes back to Eric's very good point about deployed drones, and may explain why we're seeing small nests, because a lot of the workers are in fact not workers, they are deployed drones and therefore unable to expand. I'll go for you other questions now, Judy.
Lovely. Okay. So I'm not sure if this was answered earlier, but somebody's asked, please can you remind us which bait to use and when?
So during, well, the best bait for catching the workers is definitely the sweet bait, is the, we find generally, like Trap It, which is commercially available, previously known as Sutera, and you heard it called Sutera by some people in this. Also, the Vito Farmer bait is very effective. We've had that working as well. Fish baits work very effectively later in the year, where you've got the workers collecting protein back, and in fact any meat will work. We've done it with beef and carrion before, but fish is very easy to use, as Peter described very well.
This one's a more in-depth one, Nigel, but I thought it's pertinent to ask you. So somebody is asking, I have concerns the MBU will face increased pressure on their resources and not be able to track and trace the Hornets, allowing the Hornet to become more established. I realise the licence to catch and release from Natural England is specific to MBU staff and the bureaucratic problems around enlisting the help of non-MBU personnel in this process. Are you considering engaging with Natural England on changing this position?
So there's a number of points within that. So let me try and break it down steadily if I can. So we're in an eradication program at the moment, and it will stay the case that the MBU deals with it while we're in eradication. When it is proven by the science that we have Asian hornets established, and that will be multi-sites occurring, and where we've had nests in trees, or can prove that we've missed nests in the past. When DEFRA are satisfied with that science, then we move into the control phase, as was described earlier by Sandra. Then it will be up to Natural England as to who can be involved in those licenses, and beekeepers can apply. We involve beekeepers and Asian hornets. There's no difficulty with it. Asian hornet teams in our responses already. They won't be able to do the release, but we don't need them to do the release. We've got people there on the ground. They can do plenty of the other work. I think they've been involved in every outbreak where there's been a beekeeper on site. There's quite a lot of misinformation on this, but we use them, don't have a problem with it. Where we have had to slow down on it is where large groups of people have turned up and we've had a small response. We know we can deal with it in 3 to 5 days, but we can't manage 10 people milling around as well. And that is where we've had to say, no, we don't want your involvement, but we want you to do the monitoring in the area. There's only one example of that, and that communication is improving, and Anne's aware of it, and I don't think it's a problem for the future.
Yeah.
Natural England, that will be crossed through the Bee Health Advisory Forum in the winter, when we have those discussions on the move to control, and we're ready for that when we have the evidence, and every winter we have that discussion with the Bee Health Advisory Forum, which Anne's a member.
Yes, because as an aside to that, you've been asked, Anne, will the BBKA engage with Natural England on this matter?
We'll certainly engage with the Bee Health Advisory Forum, and where appropriate, we would definitely actually advise, liaise.
We would help, to help with that, and we would help manage that situation.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say
to that point, we would help you in your discussions with them, because we'd still be
Exactly.
involved.
All I would say there, Nigel, is that as long as we're going in the same direction, we would welcome your help and support in doing it. So thank you.
So thank you, Nigel. I'm going to move on to Sandra now. And I don't think we're going to come back to any of the other panelists after. We'll just go round robin and do a couple more from each. So I'll come to Sandra, Eric and Peter, because you've had not had that opportunity yet. So I'll start with Sandra. Sandra, I've got somebody that it's a specific bit of your presentation. Could Sandra say what the other species were that were caught by the Arpa electrica? And I'm really sorry if I've mispronounced that.
Right. Electric harp, call it.
Yeah.
Yes, the electric harp.
Yes.
As I think I answered already this question
Right.
after my talk, but I think most of the non-Vespa species were Apis mellifera in front of the hives, other Vespa, the European Vespa, some bamboos and some butterflies that fly in front of the hives, but the percentage of these other insects were low.
Okay. And this one's more general. What methods led to eradication in Mallorca?
They used different methods. They used spring trapping, but they made a huge effort to find nests and destroy properly the nests during the night, assuring that all workers and all the individuals were inside the nest. And they bagged the nest and then cut the branches. And then they took them to a freezer. They didn't use any toxic chemical.
Lovely. That's a great answer. That may help others when they're trying to eradicate.
A little detail, the trees in Mallorca are not very tall. Here we have
right. Okay.
really tall trees that difficult that task.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for interjecting that. So I'm going to move on to Peter now. Peter, I'm just going to give you a couple of questions, and sorry that we're rushing this just to finish. Can the Asian hornet actually get the nest and feed larvae with the antenna with their antennae attached?
So we have definitely got examples where the hornet returned to the nest, went into the nest, and even after we've located the nest, we were able to come back and discover that the hornet was still in the nest. On other occasions that the hornet had gone out to forage from the nest. But it is variable. It depends a little bit on the nest structure. Sometimes the tag gets caught up in the nest, so the hornet actually ends up being trapped there. But from a point of actually locating the nest, that's not so much of a problem. Our biggest problem is probably that when a hornet returns to the nest, is lots of nest mates they do a lot of grooming, and they can actually detach the tag from the hornet in the nest, which is usually why we try and locate the nest relatively quickly after we have released her, just to ensure that there's no issue. But even if the tag falls out of the nest onto the ground below, it still gives an indication of where the nest is.
Right, lovely. And the last one for you, sorry, Peter. Have you used the VHF trackers on drones to find drone congregation areas as a training aid?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah. Have you used the VHF trackers on drones to find drone congregation areas as a training aid?
No. To be honest, as a training aid, we usually just play hide and seek, in essence, where a member of a team goes and hides a tag in a location unknown to everybody else, and then tries to locate that tag. Which obviously we're not even dealing with a nest, you're now trying to find a small tag. So
Yeah.
it is quite a challenge, but it does definitely work. You can attach it onto someone who's walking by, if you like, just to give a little bit of a moving target.
Yeah.
But probably best to involve them rather than take them by surprise.
Yes. Thank you, Peter. I'm going to move on to Eric now. Eric, can you hear me okay?
It's a bit not so good. I will try to.
Okay, I'll try and speak slowly. So the first question for you is, could this genetic lack of diversity be used to sterile some males to limit colonies like mosquitoes?
No, it's very difficult.
Too difficult, okay.
It's very difficult because if you want to produce some particular insect, you need to rear a colony. So it's very difficult to rear a colony, in fact. We try in my lab, but with no success. We can conserve colony maybe 2 months, but this is the maximum, and the colony, the activity is very strange, not classical, and very difficult to produce large quantity of insect.
And I've got somebody that's asked, can the Doppler effect be used? Are you aware of that?
What it is?
They've said Doppler, as in Doppler effect.
Julie, I think that's a question for me, actually.
No, is it? Right.
Yeah.
They asked it as part of Eric's presentation, but yes, jump in, Peter.
Yeah, so this is linked with, I think this is the question you were trying to ask me earlier about ranging.
Yes, I think it is, yes. They've obviously used Eric's presentation to get it back in, sorry.
Yeah, so it's something I can explore with the manufacturer, but my understanding at the moment is, I mean, the tags as they are just emit a signal, a single frequency, and that's also partly related that they have to be relatively simple circuit boards because they're so tiny. Weight is such a critical factor that everything is condensed. I mean, people have asked me about using GPS trackers as well for tracking hornets, but the reality is they are just too big. They can't be carried by hornets. But I will take that question back to the manufacturer to see if they have a different answer.
Great. And I'm looking at the time, and unfortunately we're running over, so I'm going to hand over to Anne now to finish up for the day. But I thank all the panelists for hanging on and taking questions at this session. So thank you.
Yeah, can I just say thank you very, very much to the presenters. Those were brilliant lectures, and I'm sure we've all learnt some things, and I've learnt a lot. I do appreciate very much, it takes a lot of time to actually put these lectures together, but they were superb pictures and extremely well presented. So thank you for the time. And I also want to thank the people who have actually come in to watch the lectures. I hope you've enjoyed them. Do let us know your thoughts. But we in the UK have a very big opportunity here. As Steve Martin said, we may not be able to stop the hornet coming in eventually, but we can slow it down and give people like you the chance to actually work on the research and find ways of actually protecting our honeybees a little better, and perhaps some of our pollinators as well at the same time, which are equally important. But mainly, I want to say a very big thank you, and just hope that you'll be back ready to see what is on offer in the summer when we have our Asian Hornet Week, which is a reminder to everyone on the 6th to the 12th of September, when we'll be asking people to actually join us during that week, pop in and out for different lectures or activities that are going on. If I could just remind particularly the UK people, our slogan is see it, snap it, send it to the CEH. Please get on board that, and let's keep the Asian hornet at bay as long as we can. So thank you all. Is it possible to unmute everyone?
Yes, all the panelists can unmute themselves.
No, everybody.
No.
We can't unmute everybody.
No.
But you'll just have to say, I'm sure we're all extremely grateful to you. So thank you, and have a pleasant evening, day, whatever point of the day it is for you. We appreciate it. So thank you very much, and hope to see you again.